We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAMNEws Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Antes de niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como gupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba is la sin para i honra para y gloria abiba is la sin para todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendición Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines Muntan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines Muntan, Minale.
one dedicated to all the islanders and everybody that loves us. This is from me to you and you to me. One love, one big family. Check it out. Let's do this. Tropical sunshine shining on my head. Cool breeze blowing through her silky black hair. What to do? What to do today? We gonna head to the beach. We gonna have a party. Oh yeah, it's going to be a good, good time when we're out together, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride. We stopped by the store to get some meat. Woo, grab some sodas and ice. But BYOB, let the cellos know to come on down. Grab your guitar, ukulele, 'cause we jam into that sound. Whoa, yeah, it's going to be a good, good time when we're all together, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride. Whoa, whoa, yeah, it's going to be a good, good time when we're all together, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From the north, central, and to the south, we'll be rocking to that island sound. Yeah. Chamorros, Filipinos, Samoans, Hawaiians, Fijians, Tongans, Tahitians, Palauans, Marshallese, F7, Maoris, we are.
Misty Susan, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
It's going to be
Good.
a good, good
Good morning, Guam. Morning, morning, morning.
Hello, everybody. Good morning to Julie Benavente, Flores, watching from Washington State.
How about Joanna Jones? Good morning from Tennessee.
Okay, Jess Ann is watching from Florida, so hello to everybody in the Sunshine State way down there, even in the Keys.
All right, Princess Mano. Good morning, Guam from Las Vegas.
Good morning to my brother Pat, who's also streaming from Las Vegas, and Auntie Pumpkin and Uncle Tony in San Diego.
All right, Annie Bond says half a day and sending 671 love from Killeen, Texas.
We see you, Jennifer Sanchez in Umatic.
All right, Jerry Mansipit. What's going on? Melissa in the house.
Eva Lee saying hello and half a day from Fort Stewart. Where is Fort Stewart? I'm not...
It's in the States.
Yeah, okay. Where is Fort Stewart? I don't know.
Brian and Salita Edgar, good morning, KUAM from Zero Down.
All right, Fort Stewart in Georgia. Nice.
There you go.
Hi, Melanie Untalan in Tatuha.
Maria Peredo writes, good morning, Bree and Chris. Good morning, Maria Peredo.
Good morning, Anita. Roadrunners in the house.
Donald Chrysostomo writes, good morning, 671, coming from the 670.
Half a day, everybody, from the Guam Memorial Hospital.
We got more Chamorros joining in from San Diego. James Chedo saying hello. Hello to America's finest city.
We got one here, Jay Villagomez. Good morning, Chris, Bree, and the KUAM Link team. Also, half a day. And good morning to my friends and family on Guam watching from the Hashemite Kingdom of Amman, Jordan, where it's
Nice.
11:05 in the evening. Peace.
Thanks for staying up late with us.
Donald Chrysostomo, he says, good morning, 671 from 670.
Roberto Fracassini writes, buongiorno, Guam. Hey, I tell you, you're going to have a better day. No, don't have a better day. You just forget about it. Have a good day.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too much, but Mr. Fracassini, who you might remember from the 9/11 virtual ceremony that we did, he actually said he would be more than happy to come on the show, and he's a flautist, so he said he'd be more than happy to come on and play the flute and greet all of our viewers. So we're going to set that up. So, Senora Fracassini, thank you so much.
Half a day, Karen Taylor from Inwood, West Virginia.
All right, we have Chamarita Rages, half a day, and good morning. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, KUAM, Guam, CNMI from the beautiful hillside of Sinonia, St. Jude, Sin City in the house.
Good morning, Richard Rossetti and the crew over at the Agate Fire Station.
Hey, Rich, good morning.
Eve Lee writes, Buenos and half a day again from Fort Stewart, Georgia. Crispin De Leon Guerrero, half a day from Saipan. Karen Taylor, good morning from Inwood, West Virginia. Wow.
I want to say half a day and good morning to anybody who's watching on their phone right now. And if you're volunteering at a church anywhere in the world, you may be sweeping, you may be doing some sort of ministry, helping out, helping your neighborhood church, stay up and bring the peace and the spirituality to your parishioners. You guys are awesome.
All right, Sandra writes, good morning from Palau. Hey, well, Palau, stay safe and God bless.
Ali!
KJ Cruz writes, Revan Tax making an appointment to renew driver's license. Recording is full, and numbers that we call, they won't answer. Are we allowed to head up to Barragata to get an appointment? Well, good morning on you, too. And that's from KJ Cruz. Good morning, Bree, Chris, Jason from the Ali Shelter.
We've actually got some of the answers that KJ wanted. If you go on our YouTube channel or swipe a little bit up on our timeline here on Facebook and everything, there's an interview that we did with Daphne Shimizu yesterday, and she talked about all of the operations, everything that's going on right now at Reventac. So check that out.
Melanie Untalan looking for some free vitamin D this morning. How's our weather outside, Joe, sir?
It's cloudy.
It's cloudy. You have some vitamin C. Cloudy.
Okay, wait. Vitamin C, I always get this wrong. Vitamin C is oranges, right? And citrus fruits. Vitamin D is sunshine. What is E?
E a day.
There you go.
Okay. Maria Duenas Paris, good morning from the peeps at the Contractors Licensing Board. Good morning.
All right.
Wow, hey. Good morning from Mingila. That's where Maggie Anderson's at. Half a day.
Also, Lilian Opena Guerrero from Jigo. She says, Jason, half a day. Oh, Jason, half a day.
Hey, good morning, Lillian.
Easy, Tiger.
Thank you. Okay, half a day and good morning. Well, to Lillian, thank you so much, Lillian. We appreciate you. Please stay safe and God bless. And half a day and good morning to everybody who's on Guam right now and is having cereal, but put the milk in first. Total nonconformist, and that's it. Have you guys ever tried that? Putting the milk in before the cereal?
Those are people who become serial killers. I'd watch out for those people. That's one of the signs.
All right, half a day.
You guys never tried that?
Serena from Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, half a day to everybody. Speaking of breakfast food, half a day to you if you are making champaladu right now.
Eva Akima writes, very true. Revan Tax driver's license voicemail full.
Oh, Daphne.
Ay, Day, don't you hate waking up with DMV problems first thing in the morning? I tell you, I just go back to sleep. There's a pandemic. You don't even need to renew your driver's license, right? Right? Am I right?
I gotta check mine. I don't even know if it's expired.
All right, we got a shout out from the Gateway to the West. We have from Serena McConaughey, Hafaday from Kansas City. Go Chiefs, world champs.
Rikki Rikki writes, Apaloa from Hawaii. Leodativo Leyco, good morning to all in Guam from Houston, Texas. Hafaday. Eva Akima having her pantosta with coffee. That's it. There you go. Put a lot of butter. 624. It's the link. It's probably
That's
brought
the
to
Navy biscuits you put the butter on.
We can put it on.
man.
Okay, wait, and we do have a couple
Put butter on
clarifications.
everything.
We do have a couple points of clarification.
Yes. Okay, Jay.
Eva Akima said, we were asking what is vitamin E. She goes, E is for glowing.
All right.
And then Roberto Fracassini said, grazie.
Joylene Limes writes, I put milk in first.
Hey.
See that? Go team milk first. What? Team milk first? Have you guys ever tried that?
Your friend Lillian writes, Jason up since 5:30, cooked blueberry pancakes, mini cheeseburger, Mediterranean salad.
Wow.
And juice. I day much more people when you have mini cheeseburger for breakfast than you have a salad.
That sounds like a meal for the day.
It's like a buffet, right,
Yeah.
Lillian? What's
Wait,
up?
so blueberry pancakes, a Mediterranean salad, and sliders like the mini.
Mini cheeseburger, yeah.
That's a party right there, man. Good job, Lillian. Thank you.
Freddrick Roger writes, sup from Maine, the lobster state. Anita Materne,
Oh.
Blas, McCale says she's having pancakes and eggs. Oh, Eva writes, Barnett, yes, my daughter needs to get her license, guy.
Coca.
Okay, guy. Hi,
Watch
guy.
out.
Welcome to the show. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Thank you guys for joining us. All over. We're on KUAM TV. We got this whole Facebook Live thing where we got an award because you guys are so awesome. Edward R. Murrow Award for social media. Thank you guys. 626. It's all proudly brought to you by Carrier. You give them a call. Set might be Guam is hot, even during rainy season, at 647-COOL. It's also brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Come on and thrive with us. Of course, there's always a big, huge show for you guys. So big, we had to bring it in sideways. You ever had to do it? You're carrying something really big, and you carry it like that, and you got to bring it in at an angle. That's how big the show is when we had to get it in the studio this morning. Right, Jay?
Oh, yeah.
Jay stubbed his toe.
Speaking of which, we didn't plan this, but I want to send a special Hafaday good morning and shout out to everybody who is a delivery person right now because the FedEx people, they actually delivered a chair that my mom had ordered because, she's doing all remote teaching and everything. So
Right.
she ordered like an office chair and a super nice guy. I mean, unbelievably, courteous, on time, hospitable and everything. But everybody who's doing delivery services, we know it's a real tense time for you guys, but we appreciate everything that you guys do.
Yes. Grab and grub, man. They're lifesavers.
Oh,
My
yeah.
goodness. I ordered last night.
All right. What'd you order?
How many times have you ordered from one of the food delivery services?
Maybe once or twice a week.
I'm probably in triple digits at this point. Yeah, 8 months in. Yeah. But they're so nice. They appreciate the business. We appreciate them. I mean, it's just. I mean, they're doing it with their own vehicles and everything like that. But I mean, they're just happy to work. So thank you guys.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys ready? Yeah, I'm going to try and get a hold of Daphne. We're just getting 10,000 Reverend tax questions right off the bat.
Yep.
627, we're going to get into the news now from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Hafaday, everybody. There were 2 more COVID-related fatalities reported by the Joint Information Center Wednesday. A 69-year-old woman died at the Guam Memorial Hospital yesterday morning just before 9 o'clock. According to the JIC, she had underlying health conditions and had tested positive when she was admitted on September 23rd. About 4 hours later, also at GMH, a 61-year-old woman also with comorbidities that were compounded by COVID-19 passed away. She was admitted to GMH on September 4th and was a known positive case. The total of COVID-related casualties since March is now at 57. As for the latest numbers released by the JIC, out of 472 samples, 50 returned positive for the coronavirus. Of the 50 new cases, 20 were identified through contact tracing, 3 cases reported recent travel from the United States and were identified in quarantine. Currently, there are 887 active cases with more than 1,900 recoveries. To date, there have been 2,868 COVID positive cases since mid-March. There were 44 hospitalizations at GMH with 15 COVID patients receiving ICU level of care. The Port Authority of Guam reports another employee is tested positive for COVID, leading to 13 additional employees potentially exposed to the virus. These employees were tested by public health or will be tested by public health on Friday. The latest positive case brings the port's total to 10 employees who have tested positive for COVID-19. In total, the port's contact tracing team has been able to identify 338 cases of close contact exposure with the 10 port employees and has coordinated testing for all exposures. Out of the 10 employees with positive cases at the port, 7 of them have returned to regular work status. The remaining 3 are all experiencing mild to no symptoms and are all expected to be released from isolation. To avoid large crowds congregating at cemeteries on All Souls Day weekend and potentially spread the COVID-19 virus at an unprecedented rate, all Catholic and private cemeteries will be physically closed to visitors on Saturday, October 31st, Sunday, November 1st, and on All Souls Day. That is Monday, November 2nd. According to a joint press release, Catholic and private cemeteries on Guam reached this consensus after much thought and deliberation. Gates will reopen on Tuesday, November 3rd. It is recommended that you plan your cemetery visit before Friday, October 30th, or after Tuesday, November 3rd. Additionally, all traditional All Souls Day masses at each cemetery have been canceled. Instead, the Agani Cathedral Basilica will offer a live stream mass at 12 noon on Monday, November 2nd. With more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Hafa good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Guam will remain in the status quo. Governor Leon Guerrero has announced through her press secretary, Crystal Paco San Agustin, that she will not be lifting any additional restrictions this week, and we will stay in PCOR 1 with a, quote, safer at home advisory, unquote. In the statement, the governor said she is especially concerned about the increase in new cases, hospitalizations, and COVID-related deaths. She adds that that's why she has taken aggressive and sometimes unpopular steps to slow the spread of COVID-19. Meanwhile, struggling businesses are clamoring for Adelup to reopen more of the economy. The Chamber of Commerce has announced it will stage what it bills as a community rally next week to draw attention to all the jobs lost, reduced work hours, and business closures created by the shutdowns. Business leaders continue to seek ways to restart the economy. One such group, which includes UOG's Dr. John Rivera, the director of the Regional Center for Public Policy, laid out some of its ideas for the Northern Rotary Club. One initiative is the Guam Recovery website, which is a single repository for the vast information about Guam's COVID response. That's available for anyone to use. The group is also engaged in research to develop data that can be useful for businesses and organizations in navigating the new normal. A third initiative is the Guam Safe Certificate Program, which they hope to launch by the end of the year. Dr. Rivera explains.
Conscious about in the very beginning was that if we were going to reopen, it had to be on the premise and it had to resound with the call that Guam is safe. And part of the possible rebranding of Guam could be, you know, that why come to Guam? What's it about Guam? Well, we not only have the beautiful beaches, we not are only a tropical paradise, but we're a safe destination.
Companies who brand themselves as Guam Safe will have to adhere to specific industry standards now being drafted by a task force. Dr. Rivera says eventually they hope to align the local program with the World Tourism Council certificate program. Negotiations are still not over in the agreement between Gov Guam and the Defense Department over construction at cultural sites on military property. State Historic Preservation Officer Patrick Lujan has stopped work at the 5th and largest firing range on Anderson's Northwest Field and has proposed certain amendments to the programmatic agreement. Tuesday, he provided senators with an update.
Some mitigation items that they were open to of providing us that is, I believe, is probably above and beyond a normal ask. in a PA like this. In order for us to continue to work towards a well-established PA, I've gone ahead and granted an extension to December 30.
But Senator Therese Salahi said while she appreciated that a public hearing would be held before the amendments are final, she was concerned that Lhyn was making a deal without getting more public input first.
I envision the input process to be to inform you. It's us, the people of Guam, trying to inform you of what we feel like is the best way to cover these properties, and that you would take to your negotiations and incorporate, as opposed to vice versa.
Lhyn reassured her that community input has been included in the more than year-long negotiations, and further comments will be considered during the public hearing process. The intent is to promote a more circular economy, where used material that would normally go to the Ladson landfill is instead recycled. Senator Clint Rigel's bill offers tax incentives for businesses who recycle materials for other uses. The measure modifies an existing tax qualifying certificate program that's no longer viable. It was geared toward much larger recycling activities, such as for abandoned cars.
China's not buying our metals from us anymore. Basically, they were shipping most of it to China and other parts of Asia. So there's really no use for it. There's no one. That's why she said no one's applying for it either, because there's nowhere really to ship the large metals to anymore.
The same rules would apply as the current GITA QC, but it would open it up to companies with much smaller scale recycling operations, those who wouldn't be able to meet the previous tonnage requirements. That's the news for now. We'll see you tonight at 6 on Primetime.
President Trump tweeted that he has instructed his team to stop negotiations with Democrats over a new coronavirus stimulus package immediately after the stock market crashed. Now the president is changing his mind and says he'll sign off on a smaller deal. Deborah Alfarone has more details from the White House.
President Trump urged Congress to move fast on a standalone bill that would send out $1,200 stimulus checks to millions of Americans. That's a big change from Tuesday when he called off negotiations with Democrats over a broader stimulus package.
It became very obvious over the last couple of days that a comprehensive bill was just going to get to a point where it didn't have really much Republican support at all. It was more of a Democrat-led bill.
Democrats have rejected past attempts at limited bills, saying the need is too great to pick and choose. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell agrees.
Too little support would lead to a weak recovery, creating unnecessary hardship for households and businesses.
Complicating any negotiations is the fact that the president is still recovering from coronavirus, less than a week after announcing that he tested positive.
Obviously, with the president, he continues to work. We've got a number of safety protocols with full PPE, masks, goggles, and the like.
Presidential advisor Stephen Miller is the latest White House staffer or visitor to test positive for the coronavirus. Scientists say the number of infections and deaths will continue to grow exponentially.
We're forecasting quite a substantial winter surge in the U.S. and across the Northern Hemisphere.
And a vaccine will likely not come as quickly as President Trump had hoped after the FDA announced tough new standards before it will approve a vaccine. President Trump is not happy, tweeting new FDA rules make it more difficult for them to speed up vaccines for approval before Election Day. Just another political hit job. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris square off today in Salt Lake City, Utah for the only vice presidential debate. It will be moderated by USA Today Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page, and you can watch it live on KUAM TV 8 at 11 o'clock this morning. After an investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division janitorial and ground maintenance services company and federal contractor JJ Global Services will have to pay $22,648 for to workers for violations of the Fair Labor Standards Act and the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act. According to USDOL investigators, they found that the company violated federal minimum wage and overtime requirements when it failed to pay employees for all the hours that they worked. The employer required ground maintenance workers to arrive at the firm's shop to attend morning safety meetings and to test their equipment prior to heading to the first job site each day. Workers were also required to return to the shop at the end of the day to clean and store equipment. JJ Global neither recorded nor paid workers for this time. JJ Global Services also violated prevailing wage requirements of the law when it failed to pay janitorial and grounds maintenance workers required prevailing wage rates and fringe benefits when they perform work on the employer's contract with the Federal Aviation Administration to care for local facilities. Japan Airlines has announced revisions to its flight frequency plans and the extension of its suspension of flights to Guam till the end of November. The carrier cites the continued impact of the COVID-19 spread on the travel industry. As we previously reported, October 1st marked the 50th anniversary of the Tokyo to Guam route, but because of the pandemic, Japan Airlines still does not plan to resume services yet. That's your news, but we're back with more right here on The Link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6. Hey, when somebody talks about the Party Molly song, this is it right here. Based on real events.
Who sings this song?
The Big as Al. This guy started out with a First Issue. You know, First Issue was a great local band that spawned, there was John Palau, Savage K, Big as Al, Colby Garrido. I want to say they were like the Beatles of Guam for the late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, if you think about them, if you're a fan of the local music, if not, then we can't be friends. Hey, it's 6:45, Thursday, the 8th day of October. How many days under lockdown, Bree?
Dude, you're killing me.
Sorry.
7, 8 weeks?
7 weeks and 4 days.
Oh.
7 weeks and 4 days, okay?
Wow.
Yeah, it's Thursday for those of you who lost track. Good morning. Let's head over to the KUAMNEWS Zoom room where we have standing by from the Vigilance Committee, Lee Weber. Good morning, Lee.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Pretty good. Sabrina, you know the Vigilance Committee, they're doing a candidate survey thing. There's a lot of these committees that have come out election time, especially I think because this is, I mean, they would do the questionnaires and all that stuff with the candidates anyway in a regular election year.
Yep.
But I think it kind of takes on new light and new meaning in this COVID election.
Definitely.
Right?
And this is actually one of the surveys I want to see the results and the responses to. And Lee, if you could share with our viewers, listeners, people watching online, the details about the survey that the Vigilance Committee is conducting.
This survey was put out. It has a due date of 5 p.m. Tomorrow, and it's going to be published on our website, stayvigilant.org, on Monday, the 12th. So the survey, it's pretty simple. It's a nonpartisan survey. We don't take sides. We don't endorse people. Mm-hmm. The only side we take is the side of the community as it relates to open government. We want people to, let me back up for a second. I think the media in general, I'm not going to specify any, over the years has lost their enthusiasm and dropped off the responsibility page when it comes to keeping government accountable to the people. And I've watched it sort of creep in after 40 years in the media business, and now out of it for, 10, 11. And what we're trying to do is encourage people to be more conscious of the fact that the government officials have the responsibility to keep the community informed in a transparent way without having to chase them. They should do this all on their own because it's part of their responsibility. The questionnaire is fairly simple. I will tell you right now, we have only had 7 out of 29 candidates respond so far. Hopefully this will encourage a few more.
Can you tell us who the 7 that responded?
I don't have the list.
Okay.
How many of the incumbents, Lee, have responded to the survey?
I don't have a list, so I can't tell you, Chris. I'm not the caretaker of the list. That rests with someone else.
Right.
I think the first question on it says, does government does our government do the right thing when it comes to openness and transparency? I mean, that's the heart of this. Do you, as a politician, as an elected official, as an employee of the people, do you feel that the government is doing its job of ensuring openness and transparency with the people who elected them? I mean, that really goes to the heart of it. Second question is pretty simple as well. When was the last time you were concerned about transparency with our government? And be specific. So when was the last time you as a candidate were concerned, and what were you concerned about? Third one is, what have you personally done to ensure openness and transparency in our government? What have you personally done? These questions aren't hard. There are recommendations on the list for adjustments in statute that have been run by council, and we're getting to the heart of what's causing some of this. If you remember a while back, Dr. Juan Nguyen came out, and right after we went into this last PCOR 1, and he initially said that the doctors in the physicians committee, the advisory committee, did not recommend going into PCOR 1. They recommended staying in PCOR 2. And I think that he sort of, I don't know if you want to say he recanted or he rolled back or he softened what he said. Doc's a good guy, and he basically, there was this gibberish going on after he made that statement, and then he said, well, the governor can do what she wants to do, and he's absolutely right, she can. But then why have a committee? Well, we come to find out that the committee didn't have a secretary, didn't take notes, didn't have voting, and as we found out from Dr. Mike Cruz when he was on the witness stand, they didn't recommend going to PCOR 1. I think it's that type of thing. I think people who are elected have to understand who they work for, who they are responsible to. And they are responsible to the electorate, the people who've elected them, and they're responsible as a whole to the community to do the right thing for the majority of the community, not a minority of the community. So that's what the survey is all about, is to remind them of this and get them to comment on it. I mean, I think you all have a copy of the survey, and that issue is sort of goes to the heart of what started this effort on our part. So I just I don't know. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I mean, there's 7 questions in the survey. I could go through them if that's what you want me to do.
There's no need to do that.
I'd rather have you talk about. I know we talked about the Physicians Advisory Group, but other issues of transparency and openness relative to the current pandemic. I mean, because they've used this pandemic, I feel like, as a reason, as an excuse, maybe a better word, to do a lot of things in the dark. I mean, the first thing the governor did was suspend the open government law. That was like right off the bat.
Right.
And I know that, I mean, for a committee like you guys, you're all about openness and transparency, nonpartisan. What do you think have been a couple of the most egregious violations of openness and transparency during this pandemic?
The most egregious was the suspension of the open government law. Everything else sort of pales by comparison.
Right.
I think another one is the legislature, the sitting legislature, who I kindly referred to as ooze in one of my columns. They haven't done anything. They virtually went into hiding right at the beginning. They have the authority to suspend that power from the government.
Yeah.
And but in doing so, they have to accept responsibility. I don't think they want to do that, and I think that's why they've been silent on it. I don't think they have the courage to do that, and they haven't set up any mechanisms. One of the things that really bothers me is there's no plan. That the government doesn't seem plan that they put forth telling people what they're going to do and why they're going to do it and how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. It's the basic who, when, where, when, why, how of journalism. And the media, I haven't seen the media really exert a lot of pressure in this area, which is disheartening because that's really their job. They are the watchdogs of government, and they need to step up to the plate a lot more than they do, and a lot more aggressively than they do. And that's unfortunate, and that shortchanges the community as a whole. And I don't know that. Again, this is a slippery slope. And how much has the government spent? Where did this money come from? Who did they spend it on? What did they spend it for? One of the things that I know way back in the beginning, there was a short educational campaign that was done. It was done by one of your competitors. Ray Gibson did it. He and somebody else, I can't remember the name of the person. Reminding people how to be safe, what to do, wash your hands, keep your hands out of your face, wear your mask when you're not in one of your safe zones, like your home or your car, when you're alone or with your family with whom you reside. Not your extended family, your family with whom you reside. And I know I've been involved in a few discussions with some people in the government as it relates to where most of these cases are coming from, what some of the indications are. I mean, some people are showing up to the hospital, DOA, and then swabbed for COVID, and that's a problem. I mean, if they were suffering from the symptoms, why didn't they go to the hospital sooner? I think a really solid educational campaign is needed by this government, and I don't see anybody screaming about that. Where is it? I know lately there's been some talk about that. I think particularly in the communities where English is not your first language. For the vast majority of Chamorros, English is spoken pretty fluently. There's not a problem. But we have a lot of other people who live here from the surrounding islands and from other countries where English may not be the first language. And if everything's done in English, there's going to be a lot of misunderstanding. And the other thing is, who's doing this? Is it public health officials? People they don't know? There are leaders in the respective ethnic communities on this island. There are people who the elders within the community have a lot of respect for. There are churches, there are ethnic churches within the community. And to me, putting something together that's not only spoken, but can be handed out to people would be a real positive move. And I think it would curb some of the misunderstanding as it relates to, well, can I wear this surgical mask for the next week? No, you can't. You can wear it for maybe 8 hours, unless it gets wet, and in which case you throw it away and get a new one. And then where's the money being spent? Is the money being spent to supply people with this PPE equipment? Hand sanitizers and masks, some type of face shields. You guys look like you're from some kind of space cadet program over there with your face shields.
Oh, you got jokes, don't we?
Jason had glasses under his face shield plus his mask. There he is. But it's good. I mean, what you're doing is you're setting a visual example for people of what they need to do. Me, I'm in my safety zone. I'm sitting in my home talking to you guys. I don't need a mask in here. Yeah. The only other person in this building is my wife. That's it. Yeah.
Lee, I wanted to ask though, what are your thoughts on the lack of, I guess, accessibility, no more press conferences from the governor?
Quite frankly, I don't know who the governor's advisors are. I don't know if the governor's making these decisions all on her own. I have no idea. And none of us do because of the lack of transparency. It's just not there. I mean, nobody's saying, look, the governor's tied up. She can't be at this press conference today, but the lieutenant governor's going to be here, or whatever that may be. And I think I was in a conversation the other day in which I learned that great military project that they put up over at NCS with all the tents, that hospital that they built and then they took down, apparently is in storage down in Santa Rita, and I'm going to guess that's Naval Mag, and is available to the governor. Now, if the people of Guam knew that, they'd feel maybe a little bit better that you got a couple of 100-bed hospital capability over there.
Yeah, but I mean, Lee,
and that has negative pressure rooms so that the virus is contained. Why use GMH as the linchpin for what you have to do because you're afraid you're going to overburden it when you know full well that you can put up another hospital? I mean, that's the type of thing that I look at and I go, well, that doesn't calm the fears of people. People are already worried enough. They don't need more worries. I mean, a huge segment of this community is unemployed.
Yep.
And I've heard folks say, well, you know, they're making more money than they did when they were employed. Well, that's not the point. There's security. There's a satisfaction from doing something for your family and being employed that comes. And it's part of it enhances people's personalities. It does wonders for their mindset about what's going on within the community. And they're participant. They're not a mindless little thing that gets pushed around the community at the whim of the government.
Well,
I mean, it's just, to me, it's just wrong. And I think getting more information out, being more open, being more transparent, you know, I also heard that the government made more money on income tax than it had budgeted for. Well, hello, you're paying people $900 a week.
Yeah.
And they're paying tax on it.
Lee, what are you guys going to do if only these 7 candidates...
I'm sorry?
What is the Vigilance Committee going to do if only 7 candidates respond to this survey?
Well, we'll publish the 7 candidates' responses, and we'll publish the fact that none of the other ones took the time to do it. And that should tell the voters a lot about those who didn't take the time to do it. It's 7 simple questions. It's not rocket science. It's what do you believe? How do you feel about this? What will you do if elected? That's basically it. And then it's something, oddly enough, that we can hold you to because you wrote it. And if you don't do it, then you have some explaining to do. And I think, again, it goes back to this creeping creeping idea of lack of transparency within the government. And it's creeped in because of the media. The media has not pummeled the government again and again and again and
I
again.
think, Lee, you probably haven't listened to the show because I know I've pummeled
Lee,
them every single day.
If you're listening to highly partisan radio shows, then you're not going to know what's going on because a lot of the stuff you said during this interview, we've actually reported on. We've reported on the multi-bed hospital.
Well, the problem is this skew. And for those of you in the audience who don't know what skew is, it's the spread between how many radio shows there are compared to the people. Well, but the point is I don't want to be misunderstood. So I'm not going to make that assumption, Chris. There's a pretty big skew in radio listenership. It's spread pretty broadly in this community. So just because you guys are doing what you look at as a good job, and I'm not saying you're not doing a good job of putting pressure on the government, you are. You do it in kind of a comical way sometimes. But
because it's almost comical
I
what's
think
happening.
it doesn't. The problem is it doesn't happen across the board. Not all the media are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to happen. There needs to be more. The media needs to be doing more FOIAs. The media needs to be doing more stories about openness in government. The media needs to be putting more pressure on government and not backing away. I think that's unfortunate. And it has. It's been a slippery slope, and it's been sliding for years. I mean, I can tell you, even when I was in the news business, I saw it sliding. We did everything we could to avoid that slope. But it is. And a lot of it has to do with, well, maybe I won't get this next contract. Well, maybe when they put that purchase order out, I'll get asked, but I'm really the third guy in and I'm needed because you need three. It's that kind of thing that gets pervasive within a community. And it's the thing you want to avoid. With a passion, you want to avoid it. And that's one of the things the committee's trying to do, is resurrect that feeling, that emotion, and drive that in the community. But the community has to jump on the bandwagon. I mean, when you lay off 35, force the layoff of 35,000 people and don't lay anybody off within the government, that's very telling. I'll tell you, it's hard for me to believe you can't lay anybody off in the government and put them on the unemployment rolls too. I mean, but that's a political decision. People want to get reelected, and Guam politicians, I believe, still think that GovGuam employees are the ones who put them in office. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, all I'm saying is we put this out, and we're going to publish it, and we're going to publish the names of the people who don't respond with the fact that they didn't respond.
Right. Well, I look forward to seeing the results because, we spoke with the Progressive Democrats just earlier this week, and they only had 2 people that responded to their survey, and it's due like yours Friday. Also, the Action PAC, minimal response as well.
Yeah.
So
it's a much bigger problem than people are willing to admit.
Mm-hmm. No, we definitely recognize the fact that it's a problem, and I think that's the whole reason why with this show that we continue doing it, because initially our show was only supposed to be temporary, but we realized that people need to know what's going on, and we have been on this show every single day for the past, I don't even know how long now, calling for accountability, calling for transparency, and unfortunately, the governor and her team of advisors are up at Adelup acting like they don't have to answer to anybody. And you're right. Where is the plan? We've been asking about this plan. Haven't seen a plan.
Well, I don't think there is a plan. If there is, it's in a desk drawer somewhere. It's hiding. But,
right.
But
I can't speak for what other media are doing, but I know we're doing our job. I said I can't speak for what other media are doing, but I know that we're doing our job.
Yeah. Well, I will admit I switch through radio stations, so I don't spend a lot of time on any of them.
Yeah.
So I move around, so it's hard for me to track what anybody does on a consistent basis. But then, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
So, and I fall into the category of, most people have a favorite station, and that's the station they listen to, and then they don't listen to other stations generally.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it works, unless there's some special event.
I get that, but you're coming on here and saying like, all the media, but I'm just saying that we're doing.
Yeah, thanks for the lecture.
Well, it wasn't pointed at you guys. It was a generalization, and I'm looking at it after spending 40 years in the media and looking at what it was now 50 years ago when I first came in, and how aggressive the media was across the board, all media. Some more aggressive than others, obviously, but I know the ones that I worked with were very aggressive, and we got beat up a lot for it. And at some points, it was very costly for us.
Yeah.
But it was the responsibility that we had as media to be the watchdogs of the government. That's what we were there for. And so And I don't think that's changed. I think the mindset in many instances, not yours, the mindset in many instances has changed. Not in all, but in quite a few. And like I said, people jump through stations. People don't read all the newspapers. If you look at the circulation numbers that people publish, they get published at the end of September every year. Those numbers aren't anywhere near what they were. And the online numbers don't buoy that up. It doesn't make up for the loss. So what are people doing? You know, I mean, I don't know. All I know is that on the Vigilance Committee, we are very, very earnestly pushing for more openness in government, and we have suggested, as you can see by looking at the list, there is recommended statute change in there that will protect people like the doctors who are on a committee who don't have to suffer legal consequences. They get sort of pulled back from that for making decisions. They can keep a list. I mean, those doctors, I would be willing to bet, don't take notes because they don't want their name attached to decisions that come out that they don't agree with. And I can't say I blame them. But the point is that they should be free to speak their mind and be protected, not suffer consequences. I know Dr. Vince Sakamoto's that way. he's always been that way as long as I've known him. Yeah. He's always spoken out. But not all doctors are like that.
Well, thanks,
All right, yeah.
Thanks, Lee. I look forward to seeing the results of the survey.
So do I.
Yeah. Stay safe.
And I hope we go past 7. That would be an excellent thing. They can't say they didn't get it. Everyone's received it.
Exactly. All right. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and we're back with more of The Link on The Breeze.
Help slow the spread of viruses.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know. The Breeze 93.9. 7:15 Thursday. Brought to you by Carrier 647 Cool. Cabo Enterprises and IT&E. Curious to see what the survey says. There's about like
The survey says
3-4 different surveys out there.
Yep, and your candidates are acting like I don't have to answer.
Yeah, and thanks guys for listening to The Link on the Breeze. This little show we do every day started way back during the first lockdown in March.
Yep.
And, you know, despite the lecture from Lee Weber of the Vigilance Committee, I can confidently say that we do ask the tough questions. We don't hardly get the answers.
I was gonna say, Chris. I was gonna say that was pretty clever of you to make that Family Feud reference because you're like survey says and then Bree followed up with apparently survey says based on the candidate's response. Survey says.
No, I mean, I could always appreciate Lee Weber's, his 40 years of experience in the media, but that was, print.
Yeah, but, he wasn't a reporter. That's the thing.
Right.
He is a owner of a media. That doesn't mean you can sit up on your high chair and, especially when you hold up other media outlets that clearly aren't dealing from a place of journalism. I mean, there's shows out here on the radio where their whole point is just to hate on the government of Guam for 4 hours and hate hard. And to me, it's not productive. I don't see a place for it. I think you can ask questions and, try and get the facts and the answers. And it's difficult. Yeah, we don't have any press conferences. We don't have any access. It's like pulling teeth, really, to get answers to the questions. So when you talk about a slippery slope, the government is the one that has slid down the slippery slope. And the media is trying our best to catch up. And I think if you track this show and all of the issues that have come up, whether it's going to bat for our people who are lining up miles long to get food to eat, whether it's, trying to get to the bottom of the governor's emergency health superpowers being abused, whether it's calling out your senators for rubber stamping the administration, I think we've been pretty damn consistent on this show, and I'm proud of the work that we do, and we're going to continue to do it because it's the right thing to do. It's 7:17. Let's go to the story here that we had on the link. Gaylene Cruz, as you guys recall, very emotional interview a couple days ago. She was seeking caregiver status. Her husband going into surgery today on a Thursday. And we're going to bring Gaylene on now in the KUAM News Zoom room. Gaylene, well, good morning, first of all.
Hi, Gaylene.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we're just to catch people up on the developments. Were you allowed to visit your husband yesterday at GRMC?
Yes, they gave me 1 hour. It was supposed to be at 3 o'clock, 3 to 4, but they moved it 6 to 7. So I was able to see him for 1 hour, which my husband, mine is like, we got to take it or leave it. And he said 1 hour is better than nothing. So we are grateful for that. However, it's not what we asked for, but we can't always get what we asked for.
How did that transpire? Who called you and told you that it would be okay for this 1 hour only?
Well, I want to thank Mr. Francis Sanchez for keeping his word after our interview. He did call me up. He did do a follow-up and said that the head nurse will be calling me. I didn't get a call that day. I got a call early the next morning around 9 o'clock. And they told me that I can come see him at 3. And then at 2 o'clock, they called and said they moved his dialysis, because my question was, isn't he having dialysis? So what happened was they moved it to an earlier time, and they called me at 2 and said, can we move it to 6? I said, I have no choice. Of course I will move it to 6. He needs his dialysis. So I was able to see my husband, and it was very emotional. You know, the first thing he did was break down. Like I said, having human touch and someone there to hold you, and because you're scared, and you know, just be there with you. It was very emotional. But I made sure I made use of that 1 hour. So we had a long talk, and you know, we needed to be positive. And I told him there's some things that we can't change, some things that we are not in control of. And he has to remember that, sorry, I'm just trying to keep my emotion. Well, just to let you know that, well, anyways, going back to him, I was telling him that he has to look at it in a positive way, that he's not technically alone. He has a lot of love from his family, friends, the community, and I want to thank the community for their positive response, comments, and prayers, thoughts and prayers. It's been nothing but positive, so I want to thank them for that. But my husband, you know, he was very, very scared. He was actually doing a countdown in his head, you know, a countdown to, and I tell you, prior to me coming to see him, I got heated argument with one of the top executive of the hospital, because I was really upset. And you know, because they're not hearing me, and it's falling on deaf ears, and I think they're like smirking at me and saying that they're in control of the situation, and I can't get my way because they're in control of it. So I was very emotional about that. So my husband was telling me, you know, to please don't stress out, because honestly, Sabrina, what you guys don't know is that I had 2 strokes in the past couple of years, and I almost had a third one last year, October. And just on Saturday, before our interview, I had a serious anxiety attack. So I had to step back and really listen to my husband and my sons, that I need to take care of myself, because the last thing I need is for something to happen to me, and then nobody's going to be there to take care. You know, he's going to have his sons, but nobody can care for your husband as, you know, I'm sorry, as your spouse can. It's just different. And so I need to take care of myself to make sure that I'm here for my husband when he comes home, you know. So it's still upsetting that, you know, like my son said, it's not, I can be angry at individual people and yell and scream and shout at the hospital, but it's not there. It's a system. It's a problem in our system. It's a political system. And there are just some things that we can't change, because the very people who can make a change don't want to change it. Just like I haven't heard from the governor, and I haven't heard from many senators, but at the same time, it may be a private entity, But like I told the head nurse, but that's not an excuse because you guys are following the executive order from the governor right now. And so are private schools, so are privately owned businesses. So I don't buy that. You know, the executive order can be made by the governor to do a change in the policy for caregivers. And I'm not asking for special favors. I'm asking you to reassess and acknowledge that there's a need for a change because it's just inhumane, and come up with policies that can help at least for the the critically ill, the ones who can't get up and fend for themselves, the ones that have dementia, Alzheimer's, the ones who are blind, the ones who are intellectually challenged. At least have a caregiver there for those people. And that's all I'm asking. It's not asking for anything. It's not going to cost them anything. And like I said, caregivers being there can help the hospital greatly with their shortage of nurses that they keep saying they have. We can take care of the stuff that the nurses can't always be there for and take the pressure off the nurses. And like I said, it's not going to hurt anybody. It's not going to cost anybody anything. In fact, we can all help each other. We can all benefit from this. And I'm just asking them to please hear me out. And I'm just asking to develop a caregiver policy for those who are severely needing it. Like my husband was hospitalized in April and March of this year, before and during the first lockdown. Mm-hmm. I didn't have a problem with it then because my husband had congestive heart failure. Of course, we were worried, but my husband was able to get up for himself, take care of himself, do things for himself. But right now he's confined to a bed. He's bedridden, and those circumstances, what I'm asking. And I understand that, like I said, you can't tell me that, it's privately owned, because it can happen if the governor can do an executive order and they're complying with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I said, put me in a space suit, put me in a bubble suit if you're scared about the COVID-19. All the hospital employees are wearing PPE, so why can't I? It's just like the prime example yesterday, my 1 hour. I was able to go into the hospital, get a basic screening, check my temperature, put hand sanitizer, go up to his room for 1 hour. Mm-hmm. And there was no problem with that. And I tell you this much, I wore my mask the whole time.
Did you see any other people in the hospital?
Yeah.
When you went, did you see any other visitors or anything like that in the hospital when you were there?
No, because I think they moved it to 6 o'clock just to make sure. I don't know if they're trying to hide it or what. By the time I got there, 6 o'clock, pretty much everybody was in the room. Nobody was in the hallways. So just the nurses. So I'm not too sure if there are other people there. Mm-hmm. But maybe they didn't want other people to see me coming in. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is. Mm-hmm. But I don't get it. I was able to go in, see him for an hour with a basic screening. And, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
You just got to look at it as helping each other and benefiting each other. We're not asking an arm and a leg. We're asking you to help us.
We do have some videos that were sent. One is...
Your husband's a coach, right? Coaches baseball?
Yeah. He's been a coach for many, many years.
Right, yeah.
For both Little League and Babe Ruth for many years.
And so we actually had a couple videos of support here, Gaylene, that we wanted to play for your husband as he heads into surgery. One is coming from local ball player Clayton Cruz, who lost his mom during the All-Star season when he was 10 years old. He's living in the States, and he's sending his thoughts and love for Coach Bill, his confirmation, Nino. So we're going to go ahead and play. We also have a message from Nathan Cruz, and we're going to play these back-to-back, Gaylene, just to give you a little bit of support this morning.
Hey, what's up there, Nino? Hey, I just want to share a couple memories with you. First of all, I want to thank you for all you have done and still continue to do for us. You have always put us first. The team, the boys, and they know who they are. From little boys to grown into men. You have always made a big impact on our lives today. You never told us to give up. You'd always push us to our limits. And it made us to be a better person, a better outcome because of you, Coach. You always stood by our side every situation, and especially for Mom being gone. That right there meant the most. You never told us to give up. Thank you for always being that father figure for me, and I know the boys too. For caring for us through baseball, the practices, the games, the bond that we have created among us. And I just can't wait for that day to come when we're all on that diamond again. Because you have always did us good to make sure we did the right thing. Hang in there, Nino. Hang in there. We love you. We miss you. From the boys, from me, from my family, the wife and kids. Stay strong. We'll be praying for you for a safe surgery and a speedy recovery. We love you, Coach. Nino, take it easy. I love you.
What's up, Coach? So I heard about the surgery that's coming up for you. I just want to let you know that my family and I will keep you in our prayers, and we hope everything goes smoothly. Also wanted to take the time out to finally thank you. Thank you for everything that you have taught me and everything that you have done for me throughout my life. Growing up, I saw you as a father figure, and you were a damn good one, Coach. Before every game, you called us to a huddle to give us some type of encouragement or pep talk, to play hard, to play our best, and to always have fun on the field. So I'd like to return a favor and to tell you to be strong and that you got this, Coach. Talk to you later. Love you. Talk to you later. Love you.
Gaylene, what was it like to get these messages of support from the players? And then could you also tell us a little bit about your husband, Coach Bill, and which teams he coached so that people out there listening could know?
Sure. Yeah, my husband's been a coach for many years, and I've been the manager for the teams. We've been a team ourselves. So he's had Mangilao Tigers when they were he got Mangilao Mets. Then now he had Barragata Crusaders. Long time coach. And so when I got the videos from the kids, I did send it to him to try to get him to remember when he goes into surgery that he has people rooting for him, people praying for him, people who love him. And that's why we need him to be strong and continue be strong and fight for his life. So he's, every surgery has a risk. So we're really praying hard today, really praying hard. So, I'm sorry, Chris, what was the other question?
No, go ahead, Gaylene.
Okay. Yeah. So like I tell my husband, it's like when he tells baseball players, you go out there, do your best, be strong, believe in yourself, and just hope for the best, because right now, at this point, we can't just make a change overnight. We just have to leave it in God's hand and let him take the wheel. And we've been through so much in the past years for all of his medical issues. So I don't see why we can't get through this. Losing a limb is a big thing. It's not just a typical surgery. It's a big thing. So I tell him, no matter what it is, he's still going to be the same person. We're still going to love him. We're still going to be supporting him. And he's not alone technically in that manner. Because I promised him I will never leave him alone. I will never let him suffer. I will always be there for him. I made vows, and I promised him as long as I'm living, he will be taken care of very well. And so, I want to do a challenge to the governor, the lawmakers, all the hospital executives who have the power to make a change. We're not asking you for $1 million or anything. We're asking you to be compassionate. And like Father Goffigan said, we got lost somewhere in all of this COVID-19 we lost humanity and compassion, and we can't forget that. That's not what the people of Guam are about. You know, we take care of family, we take care of each other. We're always here to, and we can't forget that. It's just upsetting. But like I said, I'm not going to keep dwelling on the things that I can't change. I have to move forward. I have to make sure I take care of my husband, take care of my family. I need to take care of myself so I can be there for my husband. It's just frustrating when you have people in control who can make a change, can make a difference. And that's all we're asking them, is to establish a caregiver policy and stop calling us visitors. We're not visitors. We're caregivers. You know, and I'm going to be an advocate for that. But just to let you know, after today, he would be considered a person with disabilities. So I was doing some research and I read a lot about lawsuits during the COVID-19 for caregivers, mandatory that people with disabilities have their caregivers because that's a right. And so I really don't want to go that route. I'm trying to be very patient about this. I'm very angry, let me tell you. If I was to rant and rave, that's not going to change anything. Like my son said, that's not going to get us anywhere. He said you have to stick to the point, and the point is to change policy, and that's all we're asking.
Right. Gayleen, we're having Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio scheduled to come on the show at 8:15. What would you say to the Lieutenant Governor of Guam? Because I know they're watching. I mean, you already tried the governor.
I know Lieutenant Governor has some compassion because he responded to my email, but his concern was GRMC is a privately owned hospital, which I said, then why are they listening to the executive order right now? You know, why are private schools listening to the executive order? Private businesses listening to the executive order? So the executive order, the only way that GRMC will comply is if there's an executive order coming from the governor. Because like he said, they're privately owned, which I understand, but they can make accommodations. They can. They're just, I don't know what the reason is. I'm just frustrated with them.
Yeah, I mean, Gayleen,
go off and start ranting.
Yeah. I mean, for example, like Francis Santos, like he ran the Lou and Josh campaign, so it's not like they don't have a connection. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate. Yeah. Have you had any conversation with GRMC about being able to see your husband after the surgery?
No. So what happened was yesterday, because I kept asking and questioning about when are we going to get at least a therapist, a psychologist, a social worker, someone there to talk to him. So about 11:30, my husband calls me because he wanted me to make sure I was on the phone to hear what they sent a social worker to us. And so now the social worker is going to act as a liaison or advocate for him, making sure that the communication is there and nobody's bombarding me or blocking me off. So what happened was, like I said, I got into a heated argument with one of the top hospital executives. So she was saying that they're trying to protect the patient's privacy, which I said, then why at the beginning, when I first dropped in, did you let me sign the next of kin and concern? He had granted permission. And I said, what's the difference when a doctor in April, March came into the room and I was there and he was talking to my husband? He did not stop to ask my husband, is she okay to be here? Or are you authorizing me to talk to you while your wife is here? You know, what's the difference? And so what it got was, sorry, lost my train of thought. And so that happened. And then I asked, the surgeon finally called me at 5:30 to talk to me because she asked me, what do I want? I said, I want them to communicate with us and let us know what's going to happen because the surgery's tomorrow. And you just don't say, oh, I'm going to cut your leg off and then that's it. You know, I said, we need to talk and find out what are our options, what are the risks, what are his, is he going to be confined to a wheelchair or he has prosthetics, you know, all of this stuff going through my head. And my main question to the surgeon was, when he did call, I said, since you did this to a lot of patients, what is the patient's reaction when they get up? You know, I need to know because I have to make sure my husband's mental state is okay. And so he went over that with me, and then he reassured me. He goes, he will call me before the surgery and he will call me after. And I said, that's fine. Then I asked him, I said, you know, the doctors are usually the one who can allow visitors allow caregivers in. would you be able to allow me to come and see my husband at least after the surgery? Then when I brought up the mental state thing, he was like, at first he was like, no, and because of COVID-19, and then he changed his mind and he said, I'll see what I can do, but no promises. So I'm being hopeful, at least to see him after the surgery, to make sure he's okay, mentally and physically, of course, but just making sure that he's okay.
Well, we'll definitely be in touch and keep us posted. Our thoughts and prayers are with your husband as he heads into surgery, and you're getting a lot of support here from our viewers, Gaylene. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And God bless you.
We're greatly appreciated.
And we'll ask
Thank
Lieutenant
everybody.
Governor about this too as well, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gaylene. God bless you.
Okay.
738, The Link on the Breeze, brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and the Thrive Coalition. We're back with more of the show after this. Good morning, Guam.
Help Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAMNEWS or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAMNEWS' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAMNEWS for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Response will win a pizza from Crust.
Nice. And we had a couple good ones there the other day. It's certified authentic. 7:42. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room. I think we also have on the phone here. Let me just check this. Owen, are you there?
Good morning. I'm here.
Okay, we have Owen Bollinger, who's running the Catholic cemeteries, and then we also have Polly Mike Chrysostomo in the KUAM News Zoom room. Here is the release came out yesterday that cemeteries will be closed for All Souls Day. Polly Mike, this is a tough announcement. I've just heard so much already from different people. Tell us maybe the process that led to this decision, and then we'll go over to Owen. So again, Polly Mike, good morning.
Sure, good morning, Chris and Sabrina, Jason.
To begin with, actually, the Archdiocese of Agana had planned for this day, a month ago. And we had already recommended to the Archbishop that it probably would not be prudent and safe to open up the cemeteries, but that we will offer masses at all the parishes. So normally cemetery masses will be held at cemeteries on that particular day. But what we're offering is masses throughout all 26 parishes on that day, and maybe priests can also add extra masses in their parishes to accommodate the intention and the mass intentions for all the souls that people normally would go to the various cemeteries throughout the island. Now, this was not an easy decision that the Catholic cemeteries, I'm not sure if you're aware, Chris and Sabrina, the Catholic cemeteries, though they're affiliated with the Archdiocese, is a separate entity. So Owen Bollinger is the actual director of the cemeteries, and I believe he will have more information, but he and the other cemetery directors, for example, Guam Memorial Park, Our Lady of Peace, Windward Hills, they collectively gathered, they came together to talk about this issue, and it was a collective decision. It wasn't just the Catholic cemeteries' decision, but it was a collective decision that was presented to us that they would close the cemeteries on that particular days because of the safety, and because especially with our Catholic cemeteries, as you know, we're very short-staffed, and Owen will explain this, that safety was a very much concern of his. As you know, 1 or 2, I think, of his staff had already tested positive. So his staff members are very scared, and they were saying that how can we control, if we can't control them now with funerals coming in and that, what more on those particular days as it comes closer to November 2nd. And so that decision was a very hard decision, even though it's emotional at this point. But we're encouraging all of our people that masses will be heard. So that's the important thing right now, is that you can go visit the gravesite now until those days or even after, but that throughout the day on November 2nd, all the 26 parishes, not just the cathedral, will have masses for that intention.
Owen, we'll bring on Owen Bollinger there, who's the director of the Catholic cemeteries. Owen, Polly Micah talked about the workers there at the cemeteries being afraid, saying if we can't control the funerals that are coming here and the people who are coming to the cemeteries now, how can we control them during All Souls Day? We all know All Souls Day, the traffic, the crowds, the congregating, it's hundreds upon hundreds of people in one spot. Owen? Unpack what Polly Mike had said. And we have Owen on the phone, okay? Doesn't have Zoom at the office. So, Owen, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. So, yeah, Polly Mike's exactly right. Good morning, Polly Nyut. The staff, we're all concerned. And so we've been essential since the start. We've never shut down. And so in the course of our week with the different burials that we have, we come into contact with hundreds of different people that are coming to bury their loved ones. And so we've been doing that, happily this whole time. And, collectively, the 4 large cemetery groups came together, and we've been talking for the better part of 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks now, trying to figure out how we can approach this and how we can do it as a united front, how we can work together, share ideas, and share, just support each other in moving forward. And so you mentioned hundreds of people. The reality is, Chris, it's thousands of people on All Souls Day. And, it's thousands of people coming together, especially when there's Mass, coming together for a specific time. Now, even without Masses, we anticipate people coming to the cemeteries in droves, in the days and weeks prior. And then on that weekend and on the day of All Souls Day. And so in our experience as cemeterians, the 4 different cemetery groups, we came together and just made the decision ourselves. Need to make it clear it was not the governor, it wasn't the government that made this decision for us. We did request guidance from public health on how best to approach the situation, but in the end, the four large cemetery groups did this amongst ourselves in the best interest of the people and in the best interest of our staff. Polly did mention we did have a couple COVID-positive cases a few weeks ago, and that actually shut our operation down here at the Catholic cemeteries for about 2 weeks. That's how vulnerable we are with our small group here. And so the specter of having a weekend, having a day with thousands of people coming, and for us in particular, the Catholic cemeteries, we've got 3 different cemeteries. And so we would have to work on those 3 cemeteries. We'd have to police those 3 cemeteries. We would have to make sure those 3 cemeteries stay as safe as possible for that day, for the thousands of people coming in. And with the support of the other cemeteries and sharing ideas and discussing and sharing thoughts, we just came to the realization that would just be impossible for us to do.
Right.
And so this was not by no means a decision to upset people. By no means was this a decision to try and suppress culture or tradition in any way. What this simply is just a decision to keep our people as safe as possible, our people being the public and our staff. And with this whole pandemic, the one thing that we do know is that large groups are to be avoided. We don't have a vaccine, we don't have a way truly to address this. And so the one thing that we know that we can do to save lives and to keep people healthy is to avoid large groups. And so thousands of people coming to the cemeteries, and not just one cemetery. You've got families that go to multiple cemeteries in that day. And so, you could potentially have, these super spreader events. And so that's truly the nuts and bolts of our decision. It was a collective decision again. And, one thing I've been seeing in these news reports and everything is a lot of mention about all the cemeteries. And I want to make it clear that we do not speak for all the cemeteries on Guam. We are simply the 4 large cemetery groups, so the Catholic cemeteries being Pigo, Toxa, and Mount Carmel and Agate, Guam Memorial Park in Ledzang, Our Lady of Peace in Windward Hills, and Guam Windward Memorial also in Windward Hills. It's just we are only speaking for ourselves. We have a couple government cemeteries on Guam, and there are a couple other smaller cemeteries down south run by, collectively by the parishes and by the mayor's offices and different groups. And so by no means do we plan to speak for them, or are we trying to speak for them. We are simply speaking for ourselves, and this is a decision that, we've come together, we've been ruminating over, we've been discussing, we've been going back and forth, and we all came together and made that decision that the best way for us to move forward, the best way for us to prevent a major spread of COVID because of All Souls Day, because of cemeteries, was to close the cemeteries the weekend prior and the day of All Souls.
Have you guys heard anything from the public cemeteries, Polly Mike or Owen?
No, we have not.
Nope.
And then was there ever a point where you guys had sat down with the drawing board and said, could this work with social distancing and masks? Because it's clearly not possible.
Yeah, no, and those are the discussions that we were having. And so we were talking about different things. All of our cemeteries are a little bit different. You've got Guam Memorial and Our Lady of Peace, which are generally larger garden ground burial areas. You've got my cemeteries, the Catholic cemeteries, which are a lot of crypt burials, and then you've got Guam Windward Memorial, which like the other two has a combination, but is mainly a large garden yard space. And so you've got burials next to burials in those situations. You've got families that come every year that set up canopies, that bring tents, and that come in the 10s and the 20s for each family. And so when you're looking at a plot of generally about 4 by 8 is your plot for a ground space, for a ground size, there's no way that you're going to fit a family of 10 on that space. So there's no way to keep those families from spilling over into the next family's space. A big issue that I have that I brought to the table was with our crypt burials here at the Catholic cemeteries. You've got 5 levels of crypts, and in many cases these are, we've been burying in the crypts since the 60s, and so you've got these areas that are extremely saturated, if you will. And so you've got hundreds of people in a space, much in the space of a basketball court, and so with that. Knowing that that's the case, and people huddling in the shade, people shoulder to shoulders, people sitting on top of each other, there's just no way that we're going to be able to mitigate. There's no way we're going to be able to ask people to spread out and keep space, because it's important for them to be right next to their loved one at the gravesite. And so definitely we were talking about that. We did, go to the war room and say pros and cons. What are different things, different ideas? How can we handle this if we were to stay open? And at the end of the day, what ended up happening was that we all decided truly that the best way to do it is to keep it closed for the safety of the public and the safety of our staff.
Is there any particular reason why no one participated in the discussions or joined you guys in the decision from the government to close down the cemeteries on All Souls Day weekend?
Well, I can't try and speak for the government.
I'm just wondering if they were invited, or because it's going to be conflicting.
We did reach out, like I think I mentioned earlier. We did reach out to public health for guidance. This is about a few weeks ago, and so they've been obviously, public health. They have a very full slate right now, and so they've been helping. But what became apparent to us was that as private entities, the government is not responsible for what we do, and the government cannot necessarily support us in our endeavors. And so that was taken into account. And so with all of the guidelines and the protocols for cemeteries, for funerals, we're all doing our best to stay in compliance, and they've been giving us those instructions and those suggestions, if you will. But as far as the government telling us, that we can do this or we cannot do that, I don't think that they're comfortable being in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we've just come together. And again, like I said, it's been a matter of a few weeks, the better part of a month that we've been going back and forth on this. And then we did decide together, the four groups, that in the end we need to get the word out sooner than later. And so we made the decision collectively to go forward in this manner.
All right. And again, for our viewers and listeners, if you could just go through the closure and the notice cancellation of the services.
Sure. So the important thing to keep in mind is that today the cemeteries are open. The cemeteries will be open tomorrow. What we've done and what we've decided to do is we've looked at the past years and our experiences with All Souls Day, and it truly is the lead up. It's the weekend prior, it's the days immediately before All Souls Day, and then All Souls Day itself. So what we decided was, this year All Souls Days fall on a Monday, November the 2nd. So we decided to close the gates of the cemeteries the weekend prior. So starting on the 31st of October, to include the 1st of November, and then of course the 2nd of November, All Souls Day proper. We all plan to reopen on the 3rd, the day after All Souls Day, so that people can come in. But again, in our experience, the vast majority, the thousands, truly do come on All Souls Day and the days immediately prior. And so that's how we came to the decision of choosing those days. Another big help we had in making this decision was that a few weeks ago in the Philippines, it started with the mayors of Manila. They decided to shut down all public cemeteries, and then the church followed suit, and then the federal government of the Philippines, the central government, actually made the decision for the country, the entire country, that all cemeteries, public and private, would be closed for the weekend and for All Souls, and I believe it actually extends a couple days after All Souls in the Philippines. And so, that decision, obviously, the same as us, it was not an easy decision to make. It's not going to be a popular decision, but it's a decision truly made for the, looking out for the public health, for the people, the health of the people and the health of our staff.
Right. And I don't think I've ever heard of this happening ever.
Yeah.
It's most definitely unprecedented. We hear that so often these days, with the pandemic, and who knows what happened. Spanish flu was on Guam, and I haven't seen or spoken with anyone that talked about what the cemeteries did back then, or how things were handled back then. But it's just one of these situations where we had to come together and discuss and again, in my experience of the cemeteries, the cemeteries have not worked together this closely in making such a big decision, and so I'm glad that we have been able to come together and support each other in this. And again, we're doing this as private entities, as a collective, in the best interest of the people. Let me ask you this though: what if between now and All Souls Day we go from PCOR Fund to PCOR 3? If we have major changes, if we have if the scientists and the government, if they figure out ways that we can mitigate this problem, that we can avoid the spread, then of course we're not gonna stand here like rocks and just ignore improvements in the situation. But we thought it very important to make the decision and get the word out earlier rather than later. So we weren't going to wait for a possible change in PCOR status at the end of October. To come out and make a decision, or what's worse, a week before All Souls, then to come out and say, hey, we're going to close the cemeteries. We felt that it was very important to get this done now, to get it out early and to get the word out to the people. We do also plan to put some advertisements in the print media and in social media. And on the link? Correct. To just blast everything, yeah. So I'll be getting that to you, don't worry. Thank you. But yeah, we want to get those out there to blast it to the public, just to let them know that again, in the best in the best interest of the people, we've decided to close. Like Father said, the cathedral has their regular daily mass live streamed, and that'll be obviously available to the people on the cathedral's website and at their Facebook page, and then all the other parishes. I'm sure All Souls Day is not a holy day of obligation, but it is a very big day in our tradition, in our calendar, and so I'm certain that all the parishes will be having masses and responso, masses in memorial and remembrance of the dead on those days for all the faithful to pray and to be able to attend mass for their loved ones. Paulie, Mike, just real quick, because we only have a few minutes. I'm thinking if All Souls Day cemetery is closed and we're offering in lieu of the traditional go to the cemetery, honor your loved ones who have passed, now we're telling people, no, go to Mass. Are we doing things to address the possible big crowds that we're going to get at the Masses because people can't go to the cemeteries?
Yes, in fact, the pastors are meeting this Friday to actually address that situation so that we can accommodate. One of the ideas was to add the number of masses. If a parish, for example, here in Tamuning, we only have 2 weekday masses, 6 a.m. and at 6 p.m. So my plan is to add an additional 2 more masses. If that, because of the capacity COVID protocol that we have to abide by, we're looking at adding at least 2 more masses. So I think all the parishes are looking at that as well. So all of our priests will be at least doing 1 mass or 2 masses a day on that day to be able to accommodate the crowds that will be there. If need be, we can also extend for outdoors with our outdoor speakers and things like that. So, and we can continue to live stream as well.
Now, what about the salvation, right, of these loved ones that we honor on this day? If we're not able to go to the cemetery, hard way to put this, but are they still good, Polly? Because it's tradition. It's something we do every year. I did it with my grandparents, and I go now for my grandparents who have both passed. So yeah.
Yes, for example, I plan on doing that for my parents and my sister. So going to the cemeteries, we do the normal preparation. We go there, prepare their grave sites, do it all that. And then on that particular day of All Souls Day, go to Mass. That's what we do when we go to the cemetery, is we attend the Mass at the cemetery. It just makes it a little bit more convenient when we had cemetery masses. But because of the pandemic and now the cemeteries decided to close, we can be at church together as families and do it there. But they can always go now or they can go after. This day that the church sets aside as a holy day, November 2nd, which we hope to... Right now, currently, it's not a holy day, but we hope that it does become back. We recommended to Archbishop that this be part of the holy days that we continue to observe. But we hope that people understand that and that it's for their safety, that they continue to keep safe so that we can go to our churches and do that as well. So now that we're able to open our churches, come to church and be able to do that.
Thank you, Polly. Owen, thank you so much, Owen.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm going to give you Betty Ann's number from our sales team.
Do that. Okay. We'll make sure we get that information.
Thank you, Polly Mike.
Take care.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Okay, Adjust. Well, there you go. All Souls Day. Not necessarily canceled. But you know what's crazy is I was driving with my kids. We were heading up on Marine Corps Drive, and we passed PD where my grandparents are buried, and I just on a whim turned in. And we got down and we put on our masks. This is last weekend, and we cleaned up. There was a bunch of weeds growing on my grandpa's grave, and my grandma's grave. The grass had grown over her nameplate. And as we were doing that, Bree, it was just on a whim. I was thinking, how are we going to handle All Souls Day this year? And there you go. So to our viewers on KUAM TV, it's been a great show with you guys. Appreciate you watching the feed there on KUAM TV. But it's time to go, and we're going to go over to the radio, and also we have our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. Again, we're KUAM FM in Hagatna, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you so much for watching The Link on the Breeze. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. It's The Link on the Breeze, brought to you by Carrier, the 647 Cool, Combo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Coming up on the show, we'll do our Network of Nurses segment that we do with the Guam Nurses Association. And we'll be talking with Nurse Dahlia Sapalo. This morning, we're also giving away pizza. We'll take you to Vitali's to try one of their pies, the Meat Roma. It's meat. That's coming up. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio also. And then KUAM News Decision 2020, our candidate interviews this morning. We have Ken Leon Guerrero, Republican candidate, and Franklin Bunker Meno, Democrat candidate. Right now in the KUAM News Zoom room, he's the general manager of the Port Authority of Guam, Roy Respicio. Good morning, Rory.
Good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason.
Hafaday. So I understand you guys had another positive over at the Port Authority.
Yeah, we had our 10th positive case yesterday. And I want to take the opportunity to continue to recognize the port employees who we've remained 100% operational since this pandemic, before, during, and we will stay open after. I want to also recognize Public Health, the Acting Director, Art Augustine, Annette Uggan, Dr. Bovetsky, Dr. Kaneshiro, and their team, they really allowed the port to take on its own the contact tracing efforts. We reached out to them. They were very encouraging. There's a CDC website that we went on to get certified. We have about 7 contact tracing individuals here at the port. I'm one of them. And so as an employee receives word that they test positive, they have about 2 hours to inform the safety administrator or myself of their COVID test. And then if they choose to tell their supervisor because of confidentiality and HIPAA, and if the supervisor is aware of that positive, the supervisor and the division head, they immediately talk to the employee. They start to ask the employee, trace their steps. If they have the symptoms, and then when they test, it's 2 days prior of when they became symptomatic, or if they didn't have the symptoms, then there's certain protocols for that to determine who we identify. And so once the number of people are identified, they immediately get that information to HR and the contact tracing team. And I want to say within several hours, the employees who've been potentially exposed have been notified. Maintenance is notified so that they can go and do the deep cleaning. If the employee was at work, we have to wait 24 hours before the deep cleaning can occur. But in the case of our 8th and 9th positive, we had to move things around. The section that clears the paperwork before the containers are released, the tariff section downstairs, they actually moved operations into the boardroom. They were running that via laptop. And so the employees have been very innovative. We understand our responsibility here at the port. We understand our mandates to keep the port open. 90% of the goods coming to the island come to the port. And so we've just kind of been reinventing ourselves on a daily basis, understanding that we also have a responsibility, and we don't want to burden the public health employees. They're doing an amazing job given the resources that they have and the mandates that they have. And so at the port, we have 10 positive cases so far. 3, all 7 have returned to work. 3 remain with mild to no symptoms, so we monitor them daily. We have 28,239 visits to the port clinic since we opened up. We have had tested 338 employees. And so we want to take this contact tracing effort. We reached out to the port users group, Joe Cruz and the different carriers, and they're interested in becoming contact tracing. And so we're formalizing those protocols to help them. We also are doing everything we can. We have the hand washing stations, the hand sanitizers. We communicate with our employees regularly. As you can imagine, crisis management, right? And crisis communication. The employees are rightfully scared. We don't know too much about coronavirus other than it doesn't discriminate. It's very aggressive. And so every time we have a case of a COVID positive, we do have some employees, wondering who they are because we can't really say who they are. But we just tell them, if you continue to wear your mask, wash hands, social distance yourself, you have nothing to worry about other than if you've been potentially exposed, then go and get tested. And public health has been able to have us test on a Friday or on a Saturday. And that they've been very accommodating because of our own operations. And so we've been having to be extremely flexible. But I'm happy to say that we're business as usual. And business as usual doesn't mean sit back and be complacent. It just means this is our new normal. And so we understand what the CDC guidelines are, and we understand what precautionary measures we need to take. We're following Governor Leon Guerrero's directives and public health directives. And suffice it to say, 7 months in, we're still operational.
For that new employee, that one employee that had tested positive, was it from working at the port, or was it through contact tracing outside of the port? Do you know?
So we're seeing the 10th case from an outside contact.
I see.
We're seeing the 8th and 9th case also from a outside contact. They live in this. They're from the same household, and so one of their family members got infected, and through contact tracing, they got tested, and they were deemed positive, and so that's how we got the information. those employees were asymptomatic. And so, they come to work because that's what they do, and that's what we do. But then we saw in one case, I think it was the 4th, 5th, and 6th case, where there was a cluster at the port. And so through contact tracing, remember, we tested about 80 people at one time. And then from that test, we had one that came out positive. And then so we had to test about another 79 people also at one time. And so public health has been extremely diligent and able to accommodate us. And so our employees have to drive all the way to the northern satellite to get testing. Public health, they're not able to come here and take the test. So I'm also grateful to our employees who, without a doubt, they understand what needs to be done, and they go on their Saturday to get the test, and then they notify us when they got the test, and then they notify us immediately of the results. But public health also gives us a general listing of these are the numbers that we tested, and these are the number of positives, number of negatives. They don't share the names individually because of HIPAA, but then we rely solely on our employees, and they've been extremely honest and honorable about their situation.
The 13 that were identified as contact to the new employee that tested positive, everybody's getting tested, you said tomorrow. Are they all on quarantine at home?
No, they're all at work because they're asymptomatic. And I know this is the struggle, right? When the JIC puts out the guidelines, if you've been potentially exposed, you have to immediately quarantine for 14 days. We're following the CDC guidelines on critical infrastructure worker that says for as long as you're asymptomatic, you have no symptoms, for as long as you're not positive. Of course, if you're positive and you have a runny nose, even the slightest chance that you have a cough, our employees secure themselves immediately. This is why when a couple of our positive cases, we didn't have too much effort with contact tracing, Bree, because the employees were already at home. And so they secured on a Friday, and then by Monday they got tested on their own, and then they became positive. So there was no contact tracing in that instance, because 2 days prior would have been that Saturday or Friday if we want to be an extra day out of caution.
Are these 13 additional employees that were identified as contacts, are they all working in the same division, area, department?
They're all in the yard. For this particular case, they're all the cargo checkers. But in our 8th and 9th case, we had one from admin and then one from the yard. Potentially, it was almost going to be 3. So if there was a third one from that household that was positive, we were looking at as many as 90 people to be tested, because one was day shift, one was night shift. But because it was 2, only one individual from the yard, it came up to about 22 that we tested prior to the 13 that we're going to test on Friday, tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, thanks. I know every time we talk to public health, the port is always used as that shining example in terms of implementing and establishing a contact tracing team over there. So thanks for always being accessible.
Well, we're really following what the governor, lieutenant governor is asking us to do. In addition to being in this COVID-19 environment and all the uncertainties, we're very comfortable and we feel very confident because we're following those guidelines, and we do what we can. They've helped us to establish this port clinic that's being run by public health and DOE nurses. So those nurses are certainly valuable in terms of keeping the supply chain going. And without that port clinic and without the 28,239 visits so far, and these are visits from also our tenants, from customs, from CTSI, from all of the trucking companies. I keep using the example, and we see it where the trucker will park on the side, run into the port clinic with their car, get their temperature check, and then run out. So the port users group has been availing themselves to the things that the port's doing, because we all have a mission, and this to keep the supply chain going. And shout out to everybody. It's a very tough environment, particularly our public health partners. I know they get beaten up every day with contact tracing, but for what they do and how they do it, I'm extremely grateful and appreciative.
Well, thanks again, Rory, and prayers that hopefully everything turns out okay for
Thank you.
you. All right, stay
Thank you.
safe.
Stay safe.
Yeah, hey, there's some virtual empanada in the Zoom room if you want to grab some on your way out.
I'll take some for the staff at the office. But I had my breakfast at Tendon Inda, that store below Pago Bay.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good place to stop by. The family is connected to Choti.
Yeah.
It's the Munya Barnes clan. That's
Right. We're going to send you a bill for that commercial, Rory. Right on. There you go.
Bye, Rory.
Good stuff. 8:18. Good morning. We're giving away pizza from Crust coming up later in the show. Bree, we're going to ask a trivia question.
Yes, we're going to ask a trivia question, and we're going to give the free crust pizza to the first person that answers the question correctly. And if you are planning to call, because it's not going to be that hard of a question, 637-0097. So go ahead and put that on your speed dial, and then just push the button, and then you can win free pizza.
It's 637-0094, and we'll tell you when you can win coming up. But first, let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room where Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is standing by. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning, everybody. Or good morning, everything.
We'll just go ahead and get started. We had Gayleen Cruz on, and I'm sure you've been following this story. She's trying to get in as a caregiver for her husband, who's actually getting a limb amputated this morning in surgery at GRMC. She said she'd written to the governor, hadn't gotten a response, but she mentioned that she had written to you and you had written back. And so if you could tell us, is there anything being done to help Gayleen and people like her who are caregivers or need to get in to visit their loved ones as caregivers during this PCOR 1 lockdown?
Yeah, we communicate from time to time because I've known her professionally. She's one of our school leaders. But what I did was I asked the GRMC leadership if they could speak to her, screen her case, and figure out how they can make their accommodations given their infectious disease control policies. I didn't get any feedback from them, but I imagine it's because I don't really know, or I'm not supposed to know what happens with the patient, but I advocated for it, and and just pray for her husband. I know she told me that he had some medical challenges, and that's top of her mind right now. Yeah. That's basically.
How would you? No.
Is there any discussions though on establishing what she's been calling for, a caregivers program?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously in favor of that, but remember that GRMC is privately run, so that's the only thing I could say. I guess there's a connection, I guess, and the connection she was making is that it's because we're in the PCOR 1 status, and that's what GRMC's policy is. But the only thing I could do is just see whether or not the hospital management thinks it's safe for her to be there. I don't know if we could mandate that in the private institution. I mean, I have to look at that further. They do get some government funds through Medicaid and MIP patients, but I'm not so certain that that could reach in to dictate policy. But, I understand what she's going through, and it's our nature, and we want to be supportive. And, quite frankly, family patients recover well when they have the family support. And that's the big tragedy for the COVID patients who, because of the infection, cannot have access to their families. But in this regard, they're not in that situation. But I'm hopeful that they can figure out ways to make sure that that could be safe. But really, it's a safety thing for them. They're trying to make sure that they contain any possibility of spread in their hospital.
Right. Josh, you said that, the government can't dictate policies for these private clinics and this hospital. But, back in March, I want to say, late February, the governor spoke before the Guam Medical Association. And I want to just run this video and this audio because it seemed like she kind of is in charge.
So if we declare a public health emergency, the governor has authority for everything. And so I can say to AMC, you are now under government authority, and this is what I want you to do, and this is how we're going to do it. I don't expect to be at that level of a public health emergency, but if we do declare a public health emergency, there is local legislation that allows me, I have authority to take money, I have authority to take property, I have authority to move personnel wherever I feel they are needed to be. So yes, we would have to, basically you have no say. No, you will provide the government and we will work together, because I'm going to use your facility maybe for triaging or maybe for isolation, depending on what the case may be. That's the authority if we declare it a public health emergency. I will be a reasonable dictator. And fair. I will be your benevolent dictator.
Yeah, that's what she said to the Guam Medical Association. Do you recall that speech?
Well, I wasn't there, but I did recall the statements, and that was covered before. I'd say that the way I see the public health statute is it's really in response to the public health emergency. And so, for example, but I think the approach was, and I think the better approach is to work cooperatively with the private healthcare providers. But if we had a situation where we have to try and maybe get a ward or get a facility to treat COVID because it's a public health emergency, and go through a process of including, by the way, paying, the statute also says that whenever property or services are taken, there has to be fair, just compensation. It's not like you're going to be taking it for free, but I don't think you can use a public health emergency to tell a hospital to open for a for the non-COVID emergency. I mean, I think we can ask them to reconsider and maybe consider their policies, but like I said, for me, I would advocate, I'd ask them to take a look at it and look at it from and balance the humanitarian side with their responsibility to keep everybody safe and comply with the CMS rules and guidelines.
Right. LT, I just wanted to ask, because we've seen instance after instance where you have people who are coming to Guam or coming home to the island because somebody in their family died or someone in their family is about to die. And it's very consistent what they say about the process. They say the government doesn't have any compassion. We heard it from the three sisters who came here to help bury their sister. We heard it from Marla Kitchicho, who, sadly, she came back. Her mother is on her deathbed. She was told that in order to visit her mother, she had to take a COVID-19 test. While she was waiting for those test results, her mother died. Test came back negative. Then she was told by public health that that test was only so that she could go visit her mom in Naval Hospital. But they told her that, oh, now that your mom's dead, you don't need to go to the hospital anymore. So she's sitting in quarantine. I called her yesterday. She said that she was working with someone from the governor's office to try and get out early. But, obviously, there's precedent, and it's totally justified for people to say that the government of Guam and public health doesn't have any compassion. So how would you respond to that?
Well, I think that, I would say that is, I can see where they're coming from. I have two extended family members that died recently also, where I have family members that came in from off island that also had to go into quarantine and wait the time. One of them just got out right before his dad's funeral. But I would say that, yes, there should be some greater care and some compassion shown. And I think that that's something that we've asked public health to look at and to increase and maybe step up in terms of the authority, the officials that are looking at the requests. There always can be improvements, and I think that this is one area that there can be improvement, but the improvement has to be balanced with trying to contain the spread. But I think that the folks that are dealing with the hardship right now, I mean, I think that there could be and there should be some improvement, and I'll advocate that, and I'll talk. I know that we've been talking about that and asking them to improve their responsiveness and see how they can be. There could be a better balance in a humanitarian way.
We do have a comment here. My brother is admitted at GRMC. He is paralyzed from the waist down. His wife, too, like Gaylene, has asked to be a caregiver. It's understood that it's a safety issue. How do we know the nurses, doctor, and other staff are safe to come into work with no COVID exposure? Guidelines can be implemented for caregivers. This will help the staff. Some patients are reluctant to ask for help and are more comfortable with their caregivers.
Obviously, when you're sick, being with loved ones is going to help you, get better. That's no question. But I think comparing a caregiver to a doctor or nurse that is trained, remember that there's a lot of training that goes on. And although these folks sometimes, their infectious disease control procedures or even how they personally conduct may be slipping. We see that at the hospital at GMH, where there's been some nurses and doctors that have become positive, but their employee health division has to track that. I know that the hospital staff at GRMC is regularly screened. They have a screening strategy and a testing strategy. But, like I said, all we can do is try and advocate, ask them to take a look at it. They have their staffing issues. They're trying to make sure that they maintain the greatest number of medical professionals that can service. I'll just tell you right now, there is a record number of non-COVID admissions in the hospital. Part of it could be that people who have complicated health issues delayed seeing doctors, or because there was some, because the hospital priorities for people, they don't want to go into a place and risk being infected. But right now there's a record number of people in the hospital at GRMC, and they're going to have to make sure that their policies they have and are going to work for them to maintain their operation. But that doesn't mean I'll advocate. I'll ask their management to look at that and see how they're going to evolve this. But with the last few days, we had 65, 50. We had a plateau, and then there's been a little moderate increase in cases. I think that they're really probably being very conservative to try and figure out how to maintain their operation.
Right. So are you saying that the governor does not have the authority to tell
them
GRMC
to open their doors and allow anybody to go in? No,
to establish a caregivers program, considering the fact that it was designated a non-COVID hospital through her executive order?
I don't believe so, Sabrina, and I don't think that we're going to go and tell hospital officials how they're going to run their operation. If we had to bring them online to try and get additional space to deal with patients, that's one thing. But to try and tell them to open their doors and maybe retreat on what their infectious disease policy is, I'm not so sure. I'll ask, but I'm not sure. And right now, if I was the governor, I would tell you that I wouldn't think that I'd have that authority. I'd advocate, and maybe I'll have my lawyers look at it, but I'm not so sure if I would be able to do that.
So based on what she said to the GMA, you don't think she has the authority?
I think she has the authority to get, you're asking two different things, Sabrina. One, I think she has the authority to go and compel private property and private healthcare providers to treat the patients that are dealing with the public health emergency. Does she have the power to go in and dictate the internal operations of a private healthcare provider? I do not believe so. I think it has to be very narrowly related to the public health emergency and treating the patients resulting from it. And but like I said, the better approach is to come to the table and explain the situation to the healthcare providers and ask them to help. And that's what they did eventually when they signed the executive order to get the cure on. That's what's happening right now with the dispatch of these testing machines out there at the health clinics. That's what's happening when we're subsidizing and telling private healthcare clinics to provide free COVID testing that the government of Guam is going to subsidize and pay for. Those are the kinds of things I think that the governor can tell the private healthcare providers to do, but it always has to be related to responding and dealing with the public health emergency. I don't believe the governor can tell a private health clinic to expand their operation and have more cardiac patients. I don't think she can go and tell them that they should open 24 hours instead of 10. That being said, if there's a need to try and get them on to try and deal with a crisis situation, even bigger crisis than what we're dealing with, that's another thing. But I think that there would be a structured way to get the services. I don't think it's carte blanche the way that we're comparing it. Right. And
I think though, LT, to be fair, that's the way the governor made it sound. I mean, she was pretty clear. But all we can do, LT, is.
I don't think what she said back then is what she has done leading up to this situation we're in. I think the alternative and the better path is to working collaboratively with the private healthcare providers.
Yeah. But at least we could hope is that you would advocate and ask. And GRMC is kind of run by the campaign chair for Lou and Josh, so I know that there's that connection. And
I know, but that's not fair. You don't use politics to go and run a hospital. That's not true.
No, I'm not saying that.
If that was true, Chris, then we can go in free access and go into wards. That's not true.
No, I'm not saying that.
People get involved in campaigns or politics doesn't mean that the politics is going to dictate how they run their private
I'm
business.
not saying that, LT. I'm just saying that there's an obvious relationship that, Guam is like, hey, I'm not saying that you're going to go and say, because we ran the campaign, do what we say. I understand
Chris,
that.
Yeah. And on that front, yes, I would ask, please take a look at that from a compassionate, and I did. Immediately when Gaylene sent me the message, I made a phone call and I asked them to please, I'm advocating, I'm not sure your policy is. I'm hopeful that you can find a way that she can go in and take care of her husband.
Right.
But I can't say, hey, can you, when there are rules, it has to be applied the same way. Even in quarantine, my own executive assistant was in quarantine at the Dusit. People were surprised, couldn't you get her out? No, she has to follow the same process as everybody. And that's what the situation is.
Can we move along to the governor's announcement this week that there wouldn't be any further easing of restrictions? And with that being said, and like you said, we've seen the positives. It's so tragic. The deaths keep coming. The numbers aren't coming down.
There's going to be another one announced soon. You'll be getting a JIC. I just got word that there's another one that will be coming out, one younger than us, and they'll be making the announcement as soon as they confirm that the next of kin is notified. But there's another one, Chris, that I just got word of that's younger than us.
Wow.
GMH or at GMH?
You know what? I'm not sure. I just was notified there's an additional one.
LT, so we're not easing any further restrictions, but on the flip side, seeing as how we haven't had the numbers come down, the hospitalizations, huge spike over the last couple of days. Are we anticipating any tightening of restrictions?
I'm not sure yet. I hope not. I think that I'm not sure if our public would be able to deal with that, quite frankly. Yeah. We're seeing here in Guam, just like we're seeing in the country, there's COVID fatigue, at trying to make sure people are as compliant as possible, and trying to push in more resources. I'll tell you this, public health needs additional help. And right now we're identifying and sending the help in because of all these additional cases, and including, Chris, some of the items that you pointed out. The big item is trying to make sure that the right people are responsive and are compassionate when people have situations. I want public health to be looking at individual cases and not be overwhelmed where they're looking at people as numbers. And that's a big thing that I'm really looking forward to getting them more resources. It's happening right now to try and get them to do better, because they can do better. They can do better on different fronts, including in fronts that are non-COVID related, like child trips. CPS, right now, I tell you, I'm looking at CPS. I've asked for a review on what's going on with the case at the global dorm, and I think that a couple months ago, during our homeless coalition meeting, we revealed that there needs to be a bit more attention going on down there, more quality casework, because it's not to my how would you say, my
standard
expectation,
right?
What you think should. So, and then on the other side of it is also, public health is responsible for senior citizens. So it's a big department. The number one priority, obviously, is the COVID response, but there are other areas in that department that require additional attention. And the last few days, and including now and going into the next few days, it's going to be about pushing in more resources and also activating some of the partnerships in the community to expand the contact tracing and expand testing. That's the other thing. We're seeing we need to go in and be a bit more on the offense on the COVID rather than be on the defense. And I think that's what you're going to be seeing some movement on in the next few days, and actually in the last few days too.
Josh, I wanted to follow up real quickly because I know the OHAP meeting, I think it's today, but we had Diana Calvo on yesterday, and she was talking about how they're starting to see new faces, new homeless people, and maybe if you have any numbers on that, and also are we going to see another shelter open?
We are going to see another shelter. I was hopeful that we can have an announcement today for it, but still going through the review and inspection. But I'll tell you, the big thing, Sabrina, is the vast number of children there. We have 14 infants up there. 3 of them, Diana told me yesterday, are under 2 months old. And the fact that we're in this situation with such a large amount of children up there. I had a meeting yesterday with actually I had 3 different efforts trying to push on different fronts. The first one was making sure that we strengthen the response to the global dorm. The second one has to do with making sure that we can get the Sister Bridget Regalo home open in Barrigada Heights because of the need. And the third one has to do with examining CPS and their response, not only to the case that was in the paper, but their ability to make sure to address the needs of kids. I had a meeting with DYA and behavioral health yesterday about all the different placement demands that are happening with all the children, especially teens, that are harder to place and that are suffering out there. So it is, there's a lot of work to be done. And I'm personally pressuring and making sure that we try and catch up, because the way I see it is the system is not operating. It hasn't been operating for a long time. I saw it at the court. It's not operating at the place where we need it to be. And I think that's, for me, that's one of the motivations I have in addressing the homeless situation, but in particular, focusing on the needs of the kids and the infants, a lot of infants. And by the way, if you have donations, bring them to the main call Catholic Social Services. Don't bring them to the dorm directly, because it kind of causes a little disruption there.
Right.
They'll be able to try and make the connections, and there is a need. There is a need, especially for the kids up there.
Josh, what seems to be though I guess the biggest problem with securing the shelters is just that nobody wants to have a shelter in their neighborhood?
Yeah, so some of it, or the people that are offering are overcharging. You know, some of them price per motel room is going to be the same price as a hotel room at the Hyatt. I mean, it just is downright embarrassing. And so part of it is that, and also making sure that in the outreach, and I'll tell you that the outreach that Catholic Social Service is doing as part of this effort is leading to some success. We're identifying more people that are willing now to come in. There are some people that were resisting several months ago. So part of it is location. We had a lead to try and maybe have another location in Barrigada, but the group that's in Tamuning and Tuman, that location they weren't going to move because it was away from some of their support systems, and some of them actually even had jobs. So focusing in on Tamuning, I have a lead in Tamuning, trying to figure out how to and get it done. It's under inspection and making sure that safety is being used. I'm optimistic that we'll be able to get another one over there. That's there. No question, Sabrina, we have to have one. It's not we have to have one. Right. No question.
LT, the Archdiocese and the Catholic cemeteries came out with a joint statement with the private cemeteries that All Souls Day, and I think a couple of days before they're going to close them off, right? So are we anticipating that same kind of thing happening with the public cemeteries under the government of Guam?
You know what? I don't know yet. I would think that we would align with that policy. And it's not only it's even the veteran cemetery. My dad's there. I usually go to mass there. By the way, I always wonder I think mass usually is there at 1 o'clock. I think 12 or 1. It's like the hottest time. I thought to myself, what? This is anyways. I'll take a look at that. Likely we're going to align in that, and usually, Chris, it's because even in the public cemeteries and veteran cemetery, we rely on the Catholic parishes to perform the ceremonies. Right. So I would say that we're likely to align with that, but we haven't. The decision-making process hasn't completed on that.
Hey, earlier you talked about when I asked you if we were going to tighten any more restrictions, you said that the public couldn't handle it, and obviously there's always backlash for everything that gets done during this pandemic. But does that hamper at all the ability? Because we had Dr. Hoa on yesterday, and he had said a few times that the only thing that would work right now to get these numbers down would be to do a strict, real PCOR 1 lockdown. He said that's what would work, but that's not what we're going to do because people just freak out.
And unfortunately, part of it is there's no teeth. So, if you see in state of New York, state of Hawaii, there are some civil penalties that act as a disincentive for folks. But the real thing right now, the spread, they get it at work, they come home, and it's a lot of the people younger than us, they unintentionally give it to their elders, then they go to their friend's house, barbecue, sleep over, and it's spreading like that. And it's the human behavior. I'm not sure if the fatigue, people are indifferent because maybe some people had it and they didn't have strong enough symptoms and they think they're invincible, but they're really spreading it. We have to try and reach them and do different ways to try and reach them. I mean, I have to tell you guys, your station has been doing great, consistent messaging on this, but we need it's kind of like trying to follow that path and even penetrate the community more. And try and understand how we can reach them in the social platforms and the messaging that appeals to them. Because somebody was saying, hey, a lot of young people, they don't realize they're the big spreaders. I said, well, it's in the information we release. They're not reading it. I guess we're living in Twitter world where You give them 144 characters, right? Very brief. And it's trying to crack that nut and trying to figure out how we can reach them. You guys, to be honest with you, the media, but in particular your station, because you've been very proactive with all the talent and on all your platforms moving the message. I mean, that's been effective. Try and figure out how we penetrate it even more. And Sabrina and Chris, can I just drop an idea and maybe ask you guys in the station Halloween's coming up, and I'm not sure, and I'm hopeful you guys usually are the creative ones. I don't know if there's some way on your digital platforms that you can try and figure out. You might already have this in your plan, how to try and do some alternatives on Halloween that would allow, people to be happy. And, I don't know if it's a costume contest on Zoom. I have no idea.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Can we sign up and partner with you on this? Because I am concerned, even in my neighborhood chat, people are talking, hey, we're going to have something. And I'm thinking, oh, don't have something. Neighbors are like, we're going to hang something on the, we only have 12 kids on the street, so they're going to hang something on the gate. I mean, what are the creative ways that people can, still be spirited? And, we don't have all the answers, and we're not as creative as some of the talent you have, but there are ways, that what you're thinking, I'd love to be part of that and try and see what we can do to support it. I mean, no matter what, we are in this all together, and, I appreciate the opportunity to come on, answer questions that are friendly, answer questions that are not. That's just... That's what we have to do.
Hey, man. Right. Yeah. So what are you going to be for Halloween? Because I'm thinking just baseline. Let's all just dress up, right? I mean, we can rot in our mouth and we'll figure that part out. But it's really just about dressing up with a costume, right? So
you know what? Can I just tell you, I never really was, even growing up, I don't know why I really wasn't dressed up for the Halloween. I may have like 4 times. I got scared. But I'm willing to consider... I don't know. I have to give it some thought. Obviously, I've been watching the national politics and the situation. Maybe I'll do something on that front.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, thanks, LT, for coming on, and thank you again for your kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity. And, to the folks that are in the situations, I tell you, when you're dealing with a death or people are sick and you feel helpless, it is a big thing. And, I'll do my best to try and see how we can help, and given the balance that needs to be there. But, we have to figure out how we could be helpful. And that's always kind of been that's what I think about.
Well, at the end of the day, all we can do is ask that you do your best, LT.
Yep.
So thank you.
That's right. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, LT.
Take care.
Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Wash your hands. 8:50, we will take a really quick break, and we're coming back with our partnership with Network of Nurses next, right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAMNEWS or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAMNEWS' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAMNEWS for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Funny comment here. Omar writes, already got a mask for Halloween. Yeah, I think we all got a mask. Cecilia commented, let's hear the governor in the Zoom room too.
Yeah, we tried that.
Yeah.
But welcome back, everybody, to our Network of Nurses segment. It's our partnership with the Guam Nurses Association. We have Dalia Sapalo. I hope I said that right. Sapalo. She is an oncology nurse navigator with Guam Cancer Care. Thank you, Dalia, for joining us. First, just if you could explain, what is an oncology nurse navigator?
Okay, well, it's a pretty new field of nursing. It actually was started in the 80s by an oncology surgeon named Dr. Harold Friedman. And what had happened was he noticed that cancer patients were facing, in addition to their diagnosis of cancer, they were facing other difficulties, such as financial, transportation, and access to medication. So he started the oncology navigation program. And basically what nurse navigators do is just that. We navigate patients through the spectrum of their cancer care. So beginning with, say they have a suspicion that they may have cancer, or maybe they have a family member with history of cancer, they'll go get screened and they'll go through the tests and say they come back with a cancer diagnosis. They may not at that point know where to go or who to turn to. So what we do is, they come here and they talk to us and we help guide them through what they need to do next so that they don't miss any steps and so that their care is optimized.
Mm-hmm. And what made you go into this particular field of nursing?
Well, I had worked at GMH for the first part of my career, and I was ready to transition into another job just because of personal reasons. I needed a more stable schedule. So it just so happened that I was having dinner with a friend of mine, and her friend had asked, had mentioned to her that there was an opening at Guam Cancer Care for a nurse navigator. So I quickly looked up. I'm like, what is a nurse navigator? Because I didn't know either. So I looked it up and I said, hey, you know what? This sounds awesome. I looked at Guam Cancer Care and what they did, and it was a pretty easy transition just because, the work that we do here, it really helps all the cancer patients on Guam, and not just cancer patients, but we also have a really strong screening and prevention program, because that's also an important aspect of cancer is we want to prevent it as well.
Has the services that you provide changed since COVID?
Actually, we haven't closed our doors at all since the start of COVID. And it's because a lot of our patients and the services we provide, even though, COVID is very dangerous, but however, they still have cancer and they still need help. So, for example, one of the things that we do is we provide supplies. And say a patient has oral cancer, and they can't eat normally, right? So we actually provide Ensure Glucerna, and that may be the only thing that they can eat or drink, and we provide it for free. And so, what would happen if we were to close down? Then they would have to pay for their Ensure, their Glucerna, and it would be safer for them to come here to our office, just because we changed our procedures such that, in terms of prevention, so that they wouldn't have to go to a crowded grocery store, and risk being exposed out there. They could come here for their Ensure Glucerna. And again, it's free. Also, another one of the services that we provide are pharmaceuticals. So a lot of cancer medications are very expensive. For example, one bottle of medication for prostate cancer costs about $10,000 for one bottle. So who can pay $10,000 out of pocket? No one. And if we were to close down our doors, they would not have access to, getting these medications, and their cancer would progress. So we felt that, it would be a disservice to our patients if we were to close down. Right. But in terms of making changes, one of the things about cancer patients is they are immune compromised. So way before the pandemic happened, they were already practicing the infection prevention. Right. So, we still practice that here. And we, instead of them coming inside, we bring them out to their car. So we have a curbside assistance.
Dolly, I want to ask, because, two of my mom's sisters passed from cancer, and her youngest sister, Auntie Jeannie, had gone, and because it's kind of like you kind of do for lack of a better term, it's almost an onboard service, right? When people get the diagnosis, they come, and then you kind of help them, like you said, navigate through all these different ways to get care, what kind of treatment's the best. But what's it like when you meet these people, and you help them figure out how to fight this disease, which I hate cancer, so I've never hated anything more in my life. But what happens when you get these people and you tell them how to fight, and then later on you find out that they lost that fight?
That's one of the most heartbreaking aspects of being a nurse navigator, or even being a nurse in general, because of course we do the best that we can to help them with their fight. But, sometimes it's just, like you said, cancer is such a horrible disease that they can't, they lose the fight. And, we support the family as much as we can emotionally. And, we learn how to, we try not to let that get to us, so we have to practice a lot of self-care and a self-awareness, and know that, as long as we do our job, we've done everything we can to help them, and we've supported them 100%, then then we're okay. We'll be okay. And then, and again, that's why we focus on prevention and screening, so that we won't have to go through that so much anymore.
Is there ever a point where you question what you do, because it seems like so many people lose this fight to cancer? Is there ever a moment where you just break down, where it's a kid or someone like Zach St. Nicholas, or just, people who fight the disease in a dignified manner or not? Does it ever break you?
No, things like that actually make us stronger, and it really gives us that reserve to continue to fight, to continue to provide this help for our cancer patients, because we deserve so much. You know, everyone deserves the best care that they can possibly get, especially on Guam. You know, this is our island. These are our people. We deserve the best we can, and we can't give up. We shouldn't give up.
Thank you for that. We're getting some calls and comments. How do people get a hold of, not necessarily you, but, you know, Guam Cancer Care, and if they need to kind of get these services, what's the contact? How do they get a hold of you guys?
Our telephone number is 969-2223. We also have a website. It's called guamcancercare.org. And you'll have information on the services we provide. There's a way for you to directly contact us. There's also a screening tool. So I encourage everybody to take a look at our website, get on that screening tool, and see, you know, what it is that you should possibly be screened for. Because when caught at the earliest stages, cancer treatment is so much more effective, and you'll have better outcomes. Yes, the screening tool is absolutely free.
Okay. Thank you, Dahlia. This has been a good talk here, and we definitely commend you and appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Wash your hands.
I will.
Okay. All right. 9:03. We'll take a really quick break. But before we do, you want to do this pizza giveaway?
Okay.
All right.
Let me find.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. You're going to win some pizza next. Here, the link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
Learn more about our
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. All right. Hey, want to thank Pepsi for giving us a great opportunity to give away pizza to our people here on the Link of the Breeze, 93.9. It wouldn't be possible without our friends at Pepsi. And you are going to win some Pepsi. We got a 2-liter Pepsi, as well as a pizza from Crust. And we had a cool little segment where we highlighted the margarita pizza, Sabrina.
That's right. So the question we're going to be asking is, what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza? That is the trivia question.
Yes, and we will take the first correct caller at 637-0094, and we'll hook you up with a pizza from Crust and a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi. You can drink and eat on, you go Crust, get it, pick it up, go home, wash your hands, pour you a nice Pepsi on the rocks is the way I like it.
Right.
And then enjoy this margarita pizza. So we'll take the first correct caller, 637-0094. The question, what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza? Jay, I think we'd also, maybe the next giveaway, we'd do something on the Facebook where we could do something with the comments. Like if you comment the first correct answer.
Right.
In fact,
You have to live here on Guam to win. Okay.
Because I'm not sure how that pizza would hold up. And you got to have it fresh is the point. You know what I mean?
FedEx is good. They're not that good.
Right. And so actually we'll open it up to our Facebook comments and the phones here. So if you, the first correct comment on our Facebook live feed.
Actually, no, just over the phone.
Oh, just over.
Just over the phone for now.
Oh, sorry.
637-0094, because it's going to be difficult to verify whether they live on island or not. So again, 637-0094, that's the number to call. If you have the correct answer to what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza, and you will win
a pizza from Crust. Yeah, and we actually said Angelina gave the answer on the Facebook comment. Let's go to the phones here. This is the Link, the Breeze, 93.9. Good morning. Who's this?
This is Will.
Will, good morning, Will. Thanks for calling. Can you tell us what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza?
All
right, thanks, Will. The Link, the Breeze, 93.9. Who's this? Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. This is Chris. Please don't put me on the air, but I'm calling everybody.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hiya, Day.
Too late.
The Link, the Breeze, 93.9. Who's this?
Rebecca.
Rebecca, good morning, Rebecca. You sound like you know what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza.
Cheese and tomato sauce. Is that it?
You're missing a couple. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Close, so close.
Yeah, almost.
Very close. All right.
Okay. So...
we ate at Vitali's. We had a cool pizza from Vitali's. We're going to play that coming up soon.
We got to play because we got to get to our interview.
Wait, you said close. How close was she?
She was missing the basil.
Okay, well, there you go.
That's it.
Hello.
Hello, it's one. Someone commented, what are the ingredients in a margarita pizza? Yeah, tequila is not one of the answers.
All right.
That's a good answer, though.
All right, we're going to throw it over to JJ. He'll answer the phones and get our winner because we got to move on to our KUAMNEWS Decision 2020 candidate segment. We'll just try it one more time here. The Link, the Breeze. Who's this? Good morning.
Chris, it's me again, Chris. So go ahead, put me in the air because you did already the first time. So it's...
so we're looking for the ingredients to a margarita pizza.
Yes, it's tomato, sauce, mozzarella, and basil.
Yes.
There you go.
Absolutely. All right. Right on.
We just need to get her phone number and her...
I'm going to put you on hold, and then we're going to get your number. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Chris.
Chris. Okay, that's it. We're not related, right?
No, my brother, but
Okay.
I love your show.
Thank
you.
you.
Guys are doing an awesome job.
Thank you so much, Chris. I'm going to put you on hold real quick, okay?
Okay.
Congrats.
So, in 1889, Italian queen Margherita was traveling her kingdom and noticed the peasants' bread and tasted it. She liked it so much that she regularly ate it and eventually called her chef to make some pizza for her. The chef baked a pizza using fresh basil, mozzarella cheese, and tomatoes, the colors of the Italian flag, red, white, and green. This especially baked pizza became Queen's favorite pizza, and by word of mouth it was spread that pizza is Queen's favorite food, making her very popular with her subjects and starting the named traditional pizza margarita.
Right.
So congratulations, Chris.
Oh, we have one of these guys, Harvey, put wrong. What about flour, water, and salt? Hi, Day. It's 9:11. We'll jump right into our KUAM News Decision 2020 interviews where we have Democrat candidate for Senator Franklin Bunker Mena. We have Republican candidates Sandra Reyes-Sayal and Ken Leon Guerrero. The format, well, good morning, everybody. We'll throw you up here on the Zoom room. The format, as Jason has explained, you guys get a 1-minute opening statement, and then we'll fire some questions. Each question, you guys have 2 minutes to respond, and we will cut you when the time runs out, and then you get a 2-minute closing statement. So we'll just get right into it, and we'll start. Ladies first, Sandra Reyes-Sayal, Republican candidate for Senator. Good morning, Sandra. Unmute. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Good morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason.
Good morning. We'll just get right into it, Sandra. Go ahead. You have 1 minute for your open.
All right. My name is Sandra Reyes-Sayal, and I am running for a seat in the 36th Guam legislature. The reason why I am running is because I am very disappointed in our administration and in the 35th Guam legislature. I feel that we need someone sitting to be the voice of the people. We need someone with integrity and somebody who is not afraid to voice themselves and to stand up for our people. That's why I'm running.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken, you have 1 minute.
I'm Ken Leon Guerrero. For the past 12 years, I've been a community advocate standing up for the people before administrations, legislatures, and government agencies. And I'm running for the legislature because we're facing very serious times right now. And we need people in the legislature that are going to put the welfare of the people ahead of the welfare of politically well-connected insiders. The current group in the 35th legislature has proven themselves incapable of putting the people up first. So that's why I'm running, and I'm hoping to get your vote. I'm number 9 on the Republican side, and I'm hoping to get your vote and that you also support all the other new candidates, because the only way we change the future of our island is to change out the people making that future.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ken.
Now to Democrat candidate Franklin Bunker Mena. Bunker, are you there?
Unmute too.
Unmute. And turn on the camera. Okay.
Looks like we may have lost him.
We might have lost him. He could jump in a little bit later. So, Bree, we'll just jump into the question portion of this segment.
All right, aside from a myriad of other issues, the coronavirus pandemic exposes the need for the government of Guam to be more accessible in terms of using more technology to be able to conduct business electronically. Just saying you have a website, Facebook page doesn't exactly, cut it. Or saying that our employees are teleworking. What will you do if elected to improve e-government? And we'll start with you, Sandra.
Sandra, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now. Unmute.
We need you to unmute. Can you restart the time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please? Sorry.
Sure. Aside from a myriad of other issues, the coronavirus pandemic exposes the need for the government of Guam to be more accessible in terms of using technology to be able to conduct business electronically. Just saying you have a website, a Facebook page, or employees are teleworking, that doesn't cut it. What will you do if elected to improve e-government?
Sandra, you have 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Probably having more outside locations besides, like, say, Department of Tax and Rev, to cut down lines there. I hope I'm answering your question correctly, but having sources outside of Tax and Rev where people can register their vehicles and stuff like that, because I've come from places where they've sourced out to like the tire shops or the places where you get your vehicles inspected. That would cut down the lines at Department of Tax and Rev. People could go get their cars inspected and stuff like that, and at the same time get their registration. Because having one location, and especially with the coronavirus here, we don't need all those people in one spot, you know, have them outsourced to different locations. It'll be a lot safer for people and a lot more convenient, or even doing things online.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken,
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now. Unmute yourself, please.
Well, the first thing I would do is I would work very closely with the administration to upgrade the technology platform. We're on a 20, 30-year-old technology platform right now. We need to move into this century. And then I would put all the databases on the one machine, because you shouldn't, whenever you do any government service, you shouldn't have to re-enter all of your contact information. It should all be on one database. And then I would push customer service down to the village mayor's offices. And that way we have a couple of people in each mayor's office that can do all of the Government of Guam customer service routines. So whether you're going into Government of Guam to renew a renew a registration, or apply for any program or anything, pay a bill, any type of customer service should be available at one location in the village offices, which will cut down the amount of travel we have to do, the numbers of people we're standing around, and it'll make better use of the existing staff that we have. Because a lot of times the customer service people at different departments are just sitting around waiting for customers. If we have all government services available at the village level, at the mayor's office, on one platform, we'll be able to provide better service to our people with a minimal increase in cost of delivering those services. That would be what I would look at doing, because we don't know how much longer the existing platform is going to be supported. And we don't want to see the same thing happen to Government of Guam that's happening to the hospital now that their system is obsolete.
Thank you, Ken. Ken, in your open, you talked about electing all new candidates. That being said, if you two are elected, are you confident in your ability to do some of the legislative things that come with the office, like writing bills? We'll start with Ken. We'll just keep it with you. 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Yes, I am. It's not rocket science. You know, we have established parameters for drafting legislation, and we've got enough people in the legislature that have years and years of experience at taking care of the technicalities, making sure that bills submitted by the senators in the legislature meet the requirements. That's why we have the legislature's legal advisors and generations of staffers that have been through the process that will advise the incoming senators. Plus, as new senators, we'll be inheriting staff from outgoing senators, many of whom have been intimately involved in the drafting process. And I feel very confident in the ability of the new senators, because one of the things this new group of senators, I hope, will be focused on the real problems facing the legislature and the people of Guam right now. With 35,000 people out of work, we should be concentrating on legislation to restart our economy, take care of our people, and strengthen public health so that we can better ride out anything that happens in the future. But what do we see with the existing senators right now? They're introducing headline bills like Amanda Shelton's suddenly discovered, oh my God, senior citizens are having trouble finding affordable housing. Here we are, 18 months into her term, and she's just discovered this, yet she'll go out and write pork barrel bills, handing out money left and right in an effort to get reelected, or we're gonna embrace whales, or red balloons, or the dumb hiker bill. We need the new senators coming in to focus on the real problems facing most of the people on Guam.
Thank you, Ken. Sandra, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Draft up bills. I've already have my sister's been helping me out with a lot of stuff. So she sent me how to write a bill. So I have that in my files to go over that. But also, there's staffing to help with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted to ask more then about your ideas and suggestions to help businesses that have shut down, businesses that are barely surviving right now. So what will you do to rebuild our economy? And we will start with you, Sandra.
Well, we need to get our businesses up and running again. We need to cut the taxes and fees for these businesses because right now they're not making any income. So, we got to get them up and running and see how we could fund them to help them with their expenses. We need to open them up 100% because opening them up 25% is not going to cut it. It's not going to pay their bills. It's not going to pay their staff. It's probably barely even hanging by a thread, for those businesses who could open up again. But we need to cut on their taxes and fees till we get our island up and running again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Well, the first thing I would do is I would look at our procurement processes and I would introduce legislation that during this time frame that unless there is no availability of a product or a service on the island, the government of Guam will be mandatory to purchase items locally, pushing purchases out to local businesses. And I would increase the size of the allotment from 15,000, where they need 3 bidders. I would put it up to 25,000, where they only need to get 3 bidders. They don't have to do a whole RFP process. That would get more business into the smaller businesses faster. And also during this time, I would look at ways that we could reduce the fees and taxes that the businesses have to pay. Now, we can't eliminate the business privilege tax, but we could reduce it down to 3% and still meet our bond covenants. There are other things that we should do, but the biggest thing is opening up the economy smartly. When I say smartly, why did we shut down all the bars and restaurants when the majority of them are small businesses? And as small businesses, they are better able to enact safety protocols and enforce them. But we leave the big boxes open that have hundreds of people and minimal staff running around in them. And we know that they're not sanitizing Home Depot the way Ruby Tuesdays sanitizes their restaurants. So we need to be smarter about how we treat the existing businesses, because if they all close, we won't have a tourist industry to support when the planes do start flying.
Thank you, Ken. Next question, simple one. Why are you running for senator? And we'll start with Sandra. Sandra, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Okay, I am not a seasoned politician, and I don't know, and I'm not very knowledgeable, but I am a fast learner. And the reason why I'm running is because I've had enough of what's been going on our island. The issues that have been going on have been before COVID. Okay, now that COVID is here, the issues, it's just gotten worse, and I'm up to deal with handling it. But my platform is transparency and accountability within our government. We have to hold Guadalupe accountable. We have to hold these agencies accountable. And what I'd like to do is I would like to engage the OPA on his audit findings to remedy the audit findings so issues aren't continually carried over and never resolved. I am an advocate of victims' rights. There's it's not worth having a victim's bill of rights if there is no accountability or consequences when the victims are violated. And the healthcare system, it affects everybody here on the island. There's a lot of sick people here. We need to try to entice good doctors, good nurses to serve, to help the people of our island. We shouldn't have to be going to the States, or we shouldn't have to be going to the Philippines when we could get good health care here and, good health care and help. These doctors and nurses need to be held accountable as well.
Thank you, Sandra.
So that's my platform.
Okay. Thank you. Ken, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Well, for the past 6 years, I have been trying to reform the election process because the way the existing election process is set up, it's geared to politically well-connected insiders being reelected over and over again. And it also prevents a lot of the best and brightest of our community from even contemplating a career in public service. I was halfway through the process of a voter initiative when COVID hit, not able to finish it that way, so I decided to do it from inside the legislature. And the other reason I'm running is for years I've been a member of the Non-Communicable Disease Consortium, working with a lot of other people to try to improve the health of the people on our island. And so that's going to be my second focus. First, reform the election process and start opening up government, making it more accountable. But more importantly, we need to strengthen our public health care system because our chronic disease rates are going up. And if you look at the COVID death rate, we've only got like 5 that are COVID, and all the rest are comorbidities, that also have COVID. But the fact that we have 90% of the people who have passed away since this COVID began pass away primarily from the comorbidities that were aggravated by COVID infection tells us we have a long way to go to address public health care on this island, and that's the other reason why I'm running.
All right. It was in April when the Army Corps of Engineers released its assessment of the Guam Memorial Hospital, which basically said it's a hot mess. It's an overall state of failure. What will you do if elected? Do you support the construction of a new hospital? Do you support renovations? What will you do to improve the conditions at GMH? Ken?
Well, the first thing I would do would be to renovate the existing building because we haven't got the money to build a new building. Renovating the existing building will be faster and more cost effective than building a new building. As we saw with JFK, with Simon Sanchez High School, that's my cat. Renovating Simon Sanchez High School, we had pork barrel politicians, politically well-connected insiders descending on that project like vultures on a carcass, all trying to rip off millions of dollars of public funds. The same thing is going to happen with any new hospital project because it's the largest construction project on the island with hundreds of millions of dollars flowing. So we need a group of senators and I don't want to call them politicians, public servants, watching all that procurement process like a hawk to make sure that the money goes to building and renovating the existing hospital, because it's going to cost 4 times as much to build a new building the same size as it will to renovate the existing building we have. And that's why my approach would be to renovate the existing building over building a new one, because the people of Guam can't afford it. We've got 44,000 households paying taxes. It's not like we're Los Angeles where we have something in the neighborhood of 29 million households.
Thanks, Ken. Sandra?
Well, our government has no money, and we have to look at the foundation, the structure of our current hospital to see if we can renovate it. We got to take good care of, our buildings and stuff. But it's sad. We are in a lot of trouble here. And I think the best thing to do right now is to renovate it if we can, because honestly, where are we going to get the money from? We got millions and billions of dollars from the federal government, but where is it at? We need to start putting our money where things are needed, not on payroll and creating new jobs and, within Adelu. But I don't know. We're going to have to renovate this hospital. I mean, we don't have the money to build a new hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Next question, guys. What letter grade, A through F, would you give the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration's handling of the coronavirus pandemic? And we'll start with you, Sandra. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
A total grade? A total grade?
Yeah, letter grade, A through F.
I'm gonna give them a D+. And the reason why I'm giving them a D+ is because, for one, when this COVID-19 hit our island, the people of our island got locked down for 3 months. She did not take that 3 months and make it productive. That 3 months, we could have tested everybody here on this island, but we didn't do that. We pick and choose who we were going to test. Another reason why I gave her a D+ is because, she has to be a leader, and that picture that I posted of her not wearing a face mask, okay, it's not all about the face mask. I know she was exercising, but the person she was with was wearing a face mask. There was no social distancing. As a governor, if you're going to set these mandates on people, you need to follow them as well, And whenever she goes on and does her press conferences, she literally slaps the people's faces, and that is that upset me a lot, because, for one, you don't know if we have food banks on the island. Her very first press conference, she said, Guam has money, but I'm going to save it just in case something happens. Well, I don't understand. What else can happen? It's just, she didn't take an account of how the people of our island were surviving. 2-3 months into this pandemic, she's like, oh, we realize the people of our island need help. Well, thanks, Governor. But you know what? If it wasn't for the everyday people here of our island.
Thank you, Sandra. Sorry. Okay. Ken, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
I give her an F. And the reason I give her an F is because her first priority throughout this pandemic has been to take care of politically well-connected insiders. We saw it with the sweetheart, no bid, even no signature contracts that were going out to the Pacific Star and other companies closely affiliated with the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. We saw when companies that have no business license to sell PPE were getting contracts for millions of dollars of PPE. We saw when contracts were going out for millions of dollars of PPE to Department of Education. At the time Department of Education was shut down, there were no schools and no one attending any of the going to any of the buildings. So need I say anything about the 19th floor and taking a bunch of government of Guam directors and deputy directors and giving them double pay and bonuses while they partied all night up at the hotel? You see, there's a big difference between taking care of the people and taking care of the people who got you into office. Now, technically speaking, we all got her into office with our vote, but what we're seeing is all the support, or a majority of the support, going to the people who have donated generously to her campaign. And we're not seeing any support coming from the legislature to support the people as well. So they're all included in that F. They They put politicians first, politically well-connected insiders second, and the people of Guam a very, very distant third when it comes to how they're dispensing the funds from the federal government.
Well, I think it's clear how you guys feel about the administration. There's others out there that also have lost trust in our elected leaders, whether it be, the administration or the legislature. But you guys are running. Why should I trust you? We'll start with you, Ken.
Well, I have a 12-year track record standing up for the people of Guam before the legislature on many issues, on taxes, on special appointments, on the pay raises, on property zonings, gambling, cigarettes, health issues. So I have already spent 12 years engaging in those critical issues. I've been engaging with the government at many levels on accountability and transparency. I've filed 5 lawsuits against the government for what I consider to be violations of civil rights or in government law and process. So I've got a track record of doing that. And when people vote for me, I'm just going to continue to do what I've been doing, but instead of from a seat in the hearing room, I'll be doing it from the floor of the legislature, where it'll be a little harder for the senators to ignore me. So that's one reason. The second reason people should vote for me is the fact that I have been working to educate the voters of Guam. I've published a lot of information over the years, helping voters understand how the government is using and abusing the privileges that we as voters have granted them. And I'm hoping that should I be fortunate enough to be elected, that the voters will continue to monitor my activities the same way I've been monitoring the activities of the existing senators and administration officials, because it's their government. I will work for them, so they need to manage me as they would any other employee.
Thank you, Ken. Sandra, why should we trust you?
Why should you trust me? Because I'm a person of integrity. I am more of action instead of words, because apparently, as you guys can tell, I am not very good at interviews. But I am more of a person of action. The reason why I'm running is because I care about our island. I care about our people. That is the only reason why I'm running. People always say, are you in it for the money or are you in it for the power? And, to me, a senator only makes $55,000. I came to Guam knowing I was going to take a pay cut. To me, this is not about money. This is about taking care of the people of our island and getting our island back to where it should have been way before COVID. I want to be proud of our island. And I don't just agree with everybody, and I'm not persuaded by other people. I do things if I think it is good for the people of our island. So that's why I think you should trust me.
Thank you, Sandra. Next question. What will you do to improve the legislature's role as a check and balance on the other branches of government if you guys win a seat in the legislature? Ken, we'll start with you. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question.
Well, the first thing I would do is I would push to increase the legislature from 15 to 21 people. I would go to a part-time legislature so we would be able to attract more of the best and brightest into the legislature who would be willing to stand up and give public service to our island. And then I would introduce and pass legislation that I call the Corrupt Practices Act. This would be a bill that would allow citizens who identify areas where the government has abused its power and authority to sue the government and be able to address those concerns. Because the way things are right now, I've had to sue the government 5 times, but because the Attorney General refused to take any action because they technically represent the government, and that would put them in a conflict of interest. So if we don't have anybody holding the administration accountable, and there's only a limit to what we can do as senators, oversights are fine, but oversights don't really change anything. And I say that as a person who has sat through numerous oversight hearings and watched the dog and pony show of directors and government officials who come here and they will answer every question with, "I'll have to get back to you, Senator. I'll have to get back to you, Senator." So there's really no teeth in an oversight hearing. What we need is public servants in the legislature that will be able to take actions that will rein in the excesses of the administration. But the only way that happens is if we open up the legislature to allow public servants to serve instead of the recycled core of political insiders we see most of the time.
Thank you, Ken. Sandra?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that question?
Sure. If elected, what will you do to improve the legislature's role as a check and balance on the other branches of government and the government of Guam? You have 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Like I said before, I would like to engage the OPA and remedy the findings, the audit findings, so issues aren't continually carried over and never resolved. But I do want to respond to something that Ken said about the part-time legislature. I am against part-time legislation. And the reason why I am is because I feel that if you're a public servant, you're a public servant every day, every day. If it's about the money, then the legislature can work full-time and take a pay cut, because how can you serve the people of our island part-time? Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
The Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program expires at the end of this year. We don't know yet if Congress is going to pass another stimulus package and whether the president is actually going to sign it. What do you plan on doing? Any legislation you plan on introducing to help the 35,000, possibly even more, that might still be left unemployed when January rolls around? Do you support a local unemployment program? Sandra?
If we have a local unemployment program, the businesses will have to pay into that. Our businesses are barely surviving right now. They're not even open. Well, they're starting to open up again. But we need to create jobs. We need to create jobs. We need to help the farmers. We need to help the fishermen, not only to create jobs, but to support our local community and hopefully get into the get into exporting. We need to create more jobs. And maybe Lou set aside some of that money just in case we're not approved after December, to help the people of our island. Hopefully that money that she's earmarked is for that. Thank you.
Ken?
Well, I believe that we do need to create an unemployment insurance program, because even before COVID hit, we had an economy that created mostly low-wage service sector jobs that paid minimum wage or just barely what I call poverty wages, requiring most people working in the tourism industry to have 2 or 3 jobs just to be able to put the basics over their head. And now we're in the middle of a pandemic. We have our main industry, tourism, which is going to be shut down for 2 or 3 years. We have no guarantee that there's going to be any more federal money coming our way, yet the legislature is budgeting as if that 1.6 billion is guaranteed. What will an uninsurance program do? It will help stabilize the ebb and flow of jobs, because as we see, when tourism drops off, people get laid off. And that's a lot of people that get laid off until tourism picks up. So some people will say, yeah, but it's going to be a cost to the business. Well, you know, it's a cost to the people as well. And yes, the people are the ones that are ultimately going to be paying whatever that cost to the business is, because the businesses aren't going to pay it. They're going to put it in their pricing structure. We saw that when the business privilege tax went from 4% to 5%. You know, the businesses didn't pay that. Some did, but most passed it on. The same thing will happen when we have an unemployment insurance program, but hopefully our economy will come back and we'll be able to get to the point where we won't need to have those types of programs. But you tell any one of the 35,000 people out of work that we're not going to take care of you, that's going to be a short career in public service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next question. You guys have both been very critical of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. And so I challenge you to name 2 things that this administration has done that you actually support. And we'll start with you, Sandra. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
What has this administration done that I support? I'm going to have to think really hard about this one. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass on this question.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken, you have 2
minutes. Wait.
Oh.
She's made lots of proclamations. She's good at that. That's the only thing.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
Oh, man. I can't think of a single thing that this administration has done that has been a benefit to the people of Guam or the business community of Guam. I could think of, I was critical of the administration before they were even elected. And I predicted that this administration would be a pork barrel administration. And I'm sad to say that I was right, starting from the very first week in office when they gave everybody massive pay raises and hired a whole bunch of exempt employees. So if they're good at anything, I think it would be raising the income levels and providing job security for their loyal supporters. That's about the only thing I can think of.
Thank you, Ken. I think it's time now for our closing statements. We're going to give you 2 minutes each to close out this candidate interview. And we'll go ahead and start with you, Sandra Regis-Sayal, Republican candidate for Senator. Sandra, your 2-minute closing statement starts now.
Hi, my name is Sandra Regis-Sayal. I am number 10 on the Republican ballot. I do humbly ask for your vote. The reason is because I am a true public servant. I am in this for the people and for our island. I want to be the voice of our people. I don't understand why, but I am not scared to stand up for our people and for what's right for our island. So I will be that voice, and I will make sure, I help prioritize what's important on our island at this time of COVID and beyond. So please vote for me. My name is Sandra Regis-Sayal, number 10 on the Republican ballot, and I am truly for the people here on island. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Ken, your 2-minute closing statement starts now.
Well, as you know, I'm Ken Leon Guerrero, Republican candidate, number 9 on the Republican side of the ballot. And for 12 years, I was a community advocate. So I've provided 12 years of public service, and I'm extending my public service, hopefully, into the legislature. And it's very important that we get more public servants into the legislature this time around than ever before, because the current policymakers, the current senators in the 35th are charting a very dangerous course that's going to take Guam right over the edge of the financial cliff that Puerto Rico went over in 2016. As a result of pork barrel politics, Puerto Rico now has a federal board of financial supervisors who approve every expenditure by the Puerto Rican government. The way the senators of the 35th legislature have acted over the past 2 years has put us directly on that course before the COVID hit. Before the pandemic, Guam was financially struggling. And it's sad to say that the only thing that good to come out of the COVID pandemic was the fact that the government of Guam got $1.6 billion pumped into the economy and collected enough taxes that we did not have a budget deficit this year. So to prevent the same things from happening again, we need to change the people in charge of making policy, and I hope that I'm one of them. If I'm one of those people, you can bet that I will make sure that any legislation that comes into the legislative hall will be scrutinized carefully to make sure that it benefits the people of Guam over the political insiders of Guam.
Thank you, Ken. And Sandra.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, this has been our KUAM News Decision 2020 candidate interviews. Again, Republican candidate for Senator Sandra Regis Sayao and Republican candidate for Senator Ken Leon Guerrero. Good luck, guys. We'll see you.
Thank you very much.
Wash your hands. Well, the comments was just brutal.
Yeah.
It is what it is, guys. We do this forum and we ask the questions. We only hope that we can get the good answers. So thanks. Yeah, definitely. Wow.
I appreciate them coming on.
Totally.
I mean, we have people, leaders out there that don't,
Yeah.
talk to us. But so, thanks, Sandra and Ken and all the candidates that came on. I know we had another one scheduled, right?
Yeah. Franklin Bunker Meadow is having technical difficulties.
Yeah. We'll try and get him on.
These comments, sorry, Bree. Woo, boy. You guys, this is why people don't run for senator, because you guys' comments. It's like every comment is a nail into the cross. Hey, it's your prerogative, in the words of the late Bobby Brown. It's 9:54. Bree, good job today.
Good job.
Some of the takeaways. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio saying that tightening of restrictions that have been eased probably not going to happen, not because it's the right thing or the wrong thing to do, but because the people can't hang. They get mad every time we make a decision.
He also announced another fatality, and we're just waiting for the information to be released from the Joint Information Center.
Right, and again, as we reported yesterday, the governor had come out via text message, basically, that there's not going to be any further easing of restrictions for this week. No press conference, just, go about your ways. Someone told me yesterday they feel like we don't even have a governor. Isn't that crazy? I just know if I was governor, I'd be calling all the talk shows every day, every other day, just to keep that line of communication with the people of Guam open. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I'm really appreciative of the Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah.
For calling.
I mean, say what you will about Lieutenant Governor Josh. I mean, the guy calls and he answers the questions. And really,
what did he say? Good or bad?
Yeah, he said
forgot.
Fair or not fair or something.
I don't remember.
You know what? I'm actually. I mean, my concerns are like less daunting than the both of yours. But I'm actually glad that at the tail end of his interview, he actually brought up the thing about Halloween, because that's something that, there's a lot of people who didn't even consider what happens with All Souls Day. I mean, we haven't even talked about Camelin Day, which is coming up in the first week of December. But
Thanksgiving.
Thanks. Yeah. But the fact that Halloween is something that a lot of people are just assuming they're going to do, and Halloween is like a crazy. It's a crazy event in a variety of dimensions by way different age groups and everything like that. I mean, that actually scares me, like what could happen on Halloween.
Well, I mean, if you look at just the regular practice of Halloween, I mean, it's ripe for the transmission of the virus.
Yeah.
Like how we go about our regular Halloweening.
I mean, I live in a very densely populated, residential area. And I mean, on Halloween, because, neighbors come from as far as 20 miles away because everybody wants to line up to see what the Paradise Estates folks are giving away. I mean, there are cars, like almost, like a half mile long just to to trick or treat and do some stuff. I mean, that and knowing what we've known in the past few months about the way this thing works with the virus, I mean, that's scary, man, the potential.
Yeah, but you know what's cool? One thing that's cool about our people, they're resilient. They figure stuff out quickly.
Yeah.
We adapt, we evolve. So I guarantee you that we're going to Halloween one way or another.
And I'm glad he brought that up. That's why I said, let's figure
virtual,
something else out.
Yeah.
And he didn't say we're just shutting everything down, no Halloween. He's just saying let's figure out a different way to do it.
We need to do Halloween because the dentists are hurting right now. 9:57. Bree, anything else before we throw this last segment? We're actually going to end. We're going to take you guys out to get a pizza.
Yay.
I'm already working on today.
She is, yeah. So, guys, we got your 6 with our KUAM News prime time. Again, one of the takeaways here is the Lieutenant Governor, Josh Tenorio, has again announced on the link what would be Guam's 58th COVID-19 related death. All he was able to tell us was that it was a person who was younger than us. And, we're pretty young, so we'll get those details to you guys coming up here on KUAM News. All of our social media platforms, of course, KUAM.com. We've got the app. We've got Instagram, Facebook. Thank you guys for watching on the Facebook. Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Salas, Ken Janier, our team in Master Control. Thank you guys so much. And let's go ahead and jump into this next segment here. As part of our Pepsi Pizza Report, we're giving you guys a chance to win Pepsis and pizzas. What a great combo from basically everybody on Guam who makes a pizza. We're going to give you a chance to win it, okay? All you got to do is post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi and tag KUAM News or Uno on Instagram or Facebook, and you will win a 2-liter Pepsi and a pizza from one of Guam's most popular pizza spots. And we did actually get to go to one of Guam's most popular pizza spots the other day. I went to grab a pie from Vitali's, and here's that segment here. Here's this segment here. Bree, good job today.
Good job. It was so good, too. It was made special by Mr. Vitali himself.
Yes, and so here we go. Bree and I take you guys out to grab a slice of a meat Roma pie at Vitali's. Hey, guys, thanks for watching the link again. We're KUAM-FM in Agatni, Guam. My name's Chris.
Bye, I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. Stop, jealous.
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.
So do you make the dough fresh every day?
Yes, every day. It's been a long time without flipping, but we can do like this.
I'll let you do your thing. What is that?
This is it doesn't make a bubble when you cook the pizza. Pizza is very hot, so when if you don't do that, at the edge, they make a bubble. So this is, press it down, make a little hole in the bottom, see? It does not make any bubble.
How long have you been making pizzas?
Oh my gosh, since 1960.
How long you been on Guam?
27 years. We was a pizza queen in Harmony one time. Then we come here.
So what are you making?
And they make a meat Roma. So meat Roma is pepperoni, ham, ground beef, sausage. This is mozzarella cheese. We grind the cheese. This is my recipe. Meatball I make it, nobody make a meatball like mine, believe me.
So who's better, you or your son?
Me. He's gotta learn from me. He's good. He's good, but they go with the age. You know what I mean? He's old too, but When you get to my age, then it'll be okay.
Tell me a little bit about why and how Vitale stands out from all the other places.
Since 1962, we have plenty of Italian in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And that people, they like the Italian name because success. They've been opened up in Los Angeles, in Washington, in New York City, almost all over the United States.
And no mafia.
No mafia. Sorry. No mafia.
How do you know when it's done?
When it gets dark.
When it gets dark. It's as simple as that.
All right, first things first, Pepsi pizza giveaway. Oh yeah, let's start off with our tilt your glass. Love it when the Pepsi's on ice. Ooh, yeah, get that going. And Sabrina, so we basically have the meat Roma. This is like a meat lovers here at Vitale's. They got a bunch of great pies here. Mr. Vitale has been cooking these things since before you were born, girl. So check it out, the cheese pizza, it's classic. The sauce is great. They got the veggie Milano where you get huge cloves of garlic. They got the tropical island. They even do a seafood pizza. So,
And this one is the meat Roma. It was made by Mr. Vitale himself. And
look at that. Oh, yeah. That stretch. Great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's do the thing. I love the crust here, it's great. Meat! That is savory. I love the cheese they use. The sauce, to me, it's one of the real secrets here at Vitale's. I've been coming to Vitale's for years. Getting that salty smokiness of the ham. Of course, the Italian sausage, that is just so classic. There's about, what, 85 different meats on this thing, right, Brie?
The sausage, the bacon, the ground beef, the pepperoni. Then you put like 2 servings of cheese.
Yeah, so this is awesome. It's the meat Roma, ask for it, and you can win it. All you gotta do is tag KUAM News. I'll post a picture of you and a Pepsi product. Perfect drink to wash down this meat Roma pizza here at Vitale's. Thank you to Vitale's, and of course, Mr. V. This is a great pie. You know, I love the crust. The crust, it's light, it's airy.
Made fresh daily, everything.
And you know it's good when you get the meat lip gloss. Well, lips got that shine.
Get the sauce on your face shield.
Right. Cheers. Pepsi Pizza giveaway.